Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, and look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
How hard is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? 1, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. 2, it helps to boost your credibility and your authority in your industry. And 3, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny. Where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution. A movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that
lack strategies and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Morris.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common. Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what do you...
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ravina Amos. I'm your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. This hour, we have an amazing speaker for our fireside chat, Mr. Carlos Parks. Mr. Parks is a father, husband, brother, son, and founder of his nonprofit Versatile Development Group. Carlos started his nonprofit to work with young teens, build community skills, and to work with reentry individuals to help them integrate back into society. Carlos is a licensed real estate agent in North Carolina and Virginia. He owns his own brokerage, Versatile Real Estate Group, located in Jamestown, North Carolina. Carlos is a member of the Happy Hill Neighborhood Association Board of Directors, Books and Bars, and Fathers United. Born in Goldsburg, North Carolina, and raised in Lynchburg, Virginia, Carlos grew up in the crack era and fell victim to the street life that was very prevalent in his community. After a few brief stints in prison, Carlos found himself convicted for conspiracy to distribute cocaine. The punishment was 30 years in prison. Carlos was fortunate to win his appeal 10 years into his sentence and receive a new sentence of 20 years. After 17 years, Carlos returns to society with a new leaf on life and a new outlook to go along with it. Since his release, Carlos has been devoted to helping others and eventually became a certified peer support specialist, which put him on his current mission to work with the reentry persons like himself. Carlos found a way to stay clear of past temptations and wants to do his part to help others do the same. Understanding that there was a need for peer support and for reentry individuals that was not yet available, Carlos began his work toward providing this service. Carlos, welcome you. So we'd like to welcome you to this hour's fireside chat.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you? And thank you so much for joining us.
I'm outstanding.
That's fantastic.
Yes,
Listen,
ma'am.
I would love to start talking about your personal journey and the transformation.
Okay.
So what was the turning point during your incarceration that sparked your desire for change?
Man, so I was young when I went in, and I really think I kind of lost hope after receiving a 30-year prison sentence. And it wasn't until some older guys, kind of nudged me on. They were like, man, if you don't want to do that 30 years, you better get in the law library. And I think that was my first turning point when I got in the law library and I realized, what had occurred in my court proceedings and how they had wronged me. So I started my journey fighting to get out. So that was my first turning point. And eventually I had another turning point when I became a member of Toastmasters International, which is an international speaking organization that they brought to the institution where I was at. So I became a speaker at that point, and I learned more about communication, nonverbal and verbal. And that has been my path since.
Yes. So how did winning your appeal reshape your outlook on life and your future?
Oh, man. Well, so when I won my appeal, I was 12 years into my sentence. And I had been fighting. I had been turned down multiple times. It had got to the point where I almost wanted to quit. Basically, I was submitting motions to the court, and I was showing them what they had done wrong, how my sentence was incorrect. But I was what they call a pro se litigant. A pro se litigant is someone who was fighting their conviction alone. I didn't have an attorney, no one to help me. I had to go into this law library and I had to learn my way around my case. I don't know a lot about other cases, 924Cs and gun offenses, but I had a conspiracy. I learned everything there was to learn about a conspiracy in my particular area, right? And that's how I attacked it. And when I won, at first I was afraid because I went from having a release date of 2026 to having a release date of 2015. It like overnight, and it scared me. And I was like, oh, I got to start preparing to go home. At that, I had 5 years until I was eligible to go home to the halfway house. 5 years is relatively short to us, and who are serving large sentences. 5 years, I was short, so I had to change my mindset and start to focus on society and returning to society. When I was incarcerated, we don't even like to think about the streets.
What challenges did you face in re-entering society after 17 years? And how can you overcome them?
Man, the challenges were I can't there were a lot of challenges. When I left, it was 1998. Times were different in 2015 when I returned. I tried to prepare myself. I learned Spanish, which I felt would help me when I returned. My mother told me that, being bilingual could help me with jobs. And she told me that early on in like 2000, she told me that. So I started learning Spanish and I became, proficient. And then eventually I was fluent in Spanish. And then I learned a little French through reading books, French for Dummies. And I learned some Yoruba, which is a dialect from Nigeria. I was like, I got to learn something from the motherland if I'm learning these other languages. So I was an open book. I read probably thousands of books while I was in. It was all in preparation for, coming home. I wanted to be a better me. And to me, a better me meant being more knowledgeable. Always been smart. I was always an overachiever, very competitive. So returning home with my mind, because my mindset was right, I came home humble. I didn't care about material things. Before incarceration, I never looked at price tags. I bought what I wanted because I was, I had a lot of money. And when I came home, I knew that wasn't going to be the case. So I wanted to get my mind right. Before I came home, I humbled myself tremendously. And I came home and I wanted to work hard. I read somewhere that, nothing worth having comes easy. I wanted that struggle. I wanted that hard. I needed it for character building. So I came home with the right mindset, I think.
Okay. Now, how does your past experience influence the way you connect with reentry individuals today?
So my past experience, of course, I was raised in a single family home. Father was somewhere else. I don't know, where he was at. My family helped, right? But during that time, it was just me. My mother wasn't there. I don't have any brothers, but my sister, my uncles, no one was there but me. So I became super self-sufficient, which I already was, but like I learned a lot while I was incarcerated. And I'm an empath. So I feel for other people. Even with 30-year sentence, I felt for people coming in with 20, and I did everything I could to help them while I was incarcerated. So when I came home, it was a part of my nature. I couldn't wait to start my nonprofit and start helping guys. I hadn't even gotten a good toehold myself, but I was already looking back to try to help guys coming through that same door. They're going to face the same challenges, but first I had to face the challenges. I had to overcome these obstacles in order to help other people. So when I say I wanted the struggle, I really did. I didn't run from obstacles. I absolutely loved obstacles because I feel like obstacles give you an opportunity to show your greatness. What you've overcome it's a part of your character, and it's a testament to others who might see you mental makeup. This guy survived this, that, what? He did all of this. So I don't mind obstacles because I get to use these obstacles almost as a trophy. So when I go before these guys, when I speak to guys, I speak often at prisons, halfway houses. I speak at schools. I speak wherever they will give me a mic. Right? I feel like I'm obligated to help. So when I speak to people, they respect it coming from me because they know my struggle. People who knew me before incarceration, they know me. They know the type of person I am, so they can see the change. And when I talk to guys who are just coming out the door, they're looking like, you were locked up, and I like that. I like that. I like to be able to speak both languages. So yeah, they respect it coming from me, and I feel like it gives them, I set the bar. I kind of set the bar. That's my intention. I want to set the bar high because I don't want anybody to come out and just deal with being okay. No, we're trying to shake up the world.
Now we're gonna jump right into the nonprofit and the community work that you do. What inspired you to start the Versatile Development Group?
Well, the main thing was a friend of mine, sort of like a younger guy who I raised when I was, I had a criminal empire, and he was a part of it. He was younger. He was very close to me, almost like a little brother. And while I was away, his son, committed suicide, right at the age of 10, and it struck me when I just couldn't understand what goes through a 10-year-old's mind to make them want to take their life, right? And I was inside, and we do a lot of thinking in there, a lot of self-reflecting, right? And I'm just pondering this question and just thinking, and I'm like, I ultimately deduced that it was because this young man probably couldn't express himself to his father, to his mother, to his teachers, right? I felt that it was a lack of communication, right? But and because I felt that it was a lack of communication that led to this young man taking his life, right? I wanted to help to empower youth by helping them become better, more confident and stronger communicators. And I got this idea from my time with Toastmasters International. I watched Toastmasters International make guys in there who hadn't completed high school, made them into more confident communicators. I couldn't understand some of the guys. Some of the guys were from like New Orleans, had very strong Southern accents, talk with this slang, and Toastmasters made these guys into speakers, confident communicators. And because of that, I'm like, I want to do for youth and for individuals returning from incarceration, I want to do for these people what Toastmasters did for me and what Toastmasters did for so many others. And that's making them better, stronger, more confident communicators. And that's what Versatile Development Group was born from.
Now, can you share a success story from your work with young teens or re-entry individuals?
Well, I haven't taken I haven't done any surveys. I haven't, I've spoken with and I've mentored a lot of youth. Some of them are in college right now. Others are employed. They're doing well successfully in the communities. I just can't say, okay, this was from my influence. It would take them to say that. That, hey, Carlos influenced me, and because he helped me with, helping me to become a better communicator, I advanced this. I don't really know how to qualify it.
I understand.
Yes, ma'am.
We had a speaker before that spoke about the importance of having mentors, a senior mentor or mentor that is your peer, and also a junior mentor. Do you think, or why do you think that peer support is critical for formerly incarcerated people?
Well, I'm glad you brought up mentors, right? So I would be remiss if I did not mention mine. I was fortunate enough, and I'll go into the peer support thing as well, right? But I was fortunate enough to come under the influence of a young man who became my mentor in life and business, right? And his name was Dr. Joe L. Dudley Sr. I don't know how, it was just a bunch of different circumstances led to me being at one of his mastermind meetings at his mansion in Kernersville, North Carolina. And that was the life-changing event that occurred for me in, I think, 2019, maybe, right? And it was just meeting Dr. Dudley. And Dr. Dudley, he changed my outlook on business. He changed my outlook on life. I already had a desire to be a speaker, and he had given over 30,000 speeches. I was absolutely blown by his story, his resilience, his, overcoming. And he took to me like a little son, like he mentored so many people. And I was lucky enough to be a part of the Dudley family, right? And if you know anything about Dr. Joel Dudley, he had a goal to make 200 millionaires, 25. I don't remember what the number was, but a lot of millionaires. He wanted to create millionaires in our Black community. And I was destined to be on that list. And I told Dr. Dudley, I'm going to be one of your millionaires.
Yeah.
And, from being around him and soaking up his wisdom and leveraging his name and meeting the people like that he introduced me to, and he always put me in positions. He would have me speak at board meetings for the Dudley organization. I'm a Toastmaster, so we're taught as Toastmasters to always be ready. But Dr. Dudley would test me. He's going to make sure you're ready, right? At any moment, he's going to make sure you're ready. So I've spoken, just spontaneously at his request a lot of times, and that's what he did with people under his care. and under his wing, he put you in positions where you had to perform. And I appreciate it greatly. It made me a better person. Now, how do I feel about mentorship? I think it's absolutely imperative, right? I would recommend it to anybody who is seeking to be accountable, because a mentor is like an accountability partner. If you're in business, you want to have a mentor. You want someone who's experienced what you're experiencing currently. You know, Dr. Dudley had a multi-million-dollar business, but it didn't start out like that. Right. So it's the story of how he had his family helping him to package and bottle up products in the kitchen. Right. It's those stories that I think about. I don't think about him making 36 million a year. Right. He had to get to that point. So a mentor can talk to you about, you know, their failures. I've had losses. I started a trucking company that tanked. Right. So I talk to people about that. I'm transparent about that because I want them to know how my mistakes, right? And my misfortune can lead to them not having the same mistakes. My mistake in life, right? And that's with selling drugs and going to prison. You know, that was rock bottom for me. And I don't want anybody else to have to go through that. Right. So I any opportunity I get to speak, I share my story.
And we thank you. Thank you very much for that. And thank you for sharing your story with us today. And I want to dive right into your professional life because I'm interested in it, and I'm sure my viewers are too, about how you made the transition from incarceration and working with the reentry to a licensed real estate agent in 2 states.
Wow. Okay. Ironically, it was through my work in peer support. I started in peer support, which is basically peer support is I was working with individuals with mental health diagnosis. And the theory behind peer support is that I'm speaking to them as someone who's overcome adversity, whether it be drug addiction or mental health crisis or mental health diagnosis, whatever it is, war, I've overcome something. So they respect it coming from an individual who's experienced trauma as opposed to a therapist, a clinician who has not experienced these things. So they respect it coming from me. So as a peer support specialist, they hire individuals coming home from long-term incarceration, people who've dealt with mental illness, drug addiction, people who've overcome drug addiction. They need these individuals to help to reach the people who are still in those valleys, right? Who are still struggling with those things. So that's what I did. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. At some point, I became a housing specialist for this company I was with, and I started working with a company with a part of the company called TCLI, and I was a TCLI specialist, transition to community living. And through transition to community living, I was a liaison for my clients, between my clients and their property managers, because we promote living on their own. So these individuals do not need to be in long-term care, but they needed a little monitoring in society. I would be one of those monitors. Peer support specialists, we are the monitors. And in doing so, we have to talk to their property manager sometimes. And I felt outgunned a lot of times. Like talking to property managers, I felt like they knew more than me, right? And so it was hard for me to advocate for my clients if I wasn't exactly sure on the laws regarding housing. So I went to familiarize myself, and I learned, and I was like, I wonder if I can become a real estate agent. And I found out I could. I found out I could, as a convicted felon in the state of North Carolina, get my real estate license. But I wasn't guaranteed an opportunity to use it. So they're like, okay, well, you can spend the money, go take the class, and then you talk to the board of the Realtors Association, and they will determine if you are, fit to be a realtor. And they did so, and they decided, yes, we think you're a good fit. And I've been a realtor now for 6 years. No, 7 years.
7 years?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
So what challenges have you faced as a business owner with a criminal record, and how have you addressed them?
Well, I will say that the criminal record hasn't given me any issues. Every job I had up to peer support, I got every job, right? Every job I applied for, if I got an interview, I got the job. And it was because of my ability to communicate. A lot of time employers, they don't not hire you because you're a convicted felon. They don't hire you because you're probably still in the same space you were when you became a convicted felon, right? So they want to see that you aren't that person. Part of that is being able to accept responsibility for what you did. So I'm accountable. Like, listen, I made a mistake. I was young. I don't know what I was thinking about, but I paid my debt to society. I'm no longer that person. I would love an opportunity to work at your company. And I can tell you this, I would probably, I might not know all the answers, but I will make sure I learn them. And these type of conversations in the interview go a long way with hiring. They look at you as a person, and how you carry yourself. Does the person seem sincere? These are the type of things that employers are looking at. And I didn't have any issues. I did not to say that other people don't. I didn't. And I think it's because of the steps I took. Right. So that's one of the things I try to empower individuals who are coming home. When I speak to these prisons, when I speak at these halfway houses, like, listen, communication is imperative. You have to know how to be a strong communicator, not just verbally, but non-verbally. Right. So these are the things that I teach in as with Versatile Development Group.
Okay, now you're involved in several community organizations, Books and Bars, Fathers United, and Happy Hill Neighborhood Association. How does these groups complement your mission of healing and empowerment?
Oh man, it's so my ultimate goal is to be of service, right? So when someone asks me if I would mind being on their board, I see it as another opportunity to serve. So I've joined these boards to see if I could add value to what they already had. And one of the boards, Books and Bars, the mission for Books and Bars is to provide education opportunities to individuals incarcerated, right? But this is one of the things they took away in some institutions. And my former probation officer is the founder of Books and Bars. He was my federal probation officer when I came home. And he's the one who released me off of probation a year and a half early. He's advocated for me since my return. I've been home going on 10 years. January 1st will be my 10-year anniversary being back in society. I look forward to that. I will be out of the country for that January 1st. And Books and Bars is something is huge. It's founded by.
Thank you so much. And I hate to cut you off. I ran out of time.
Okay,
We're out of time. And thank you for joining us. And I know our viewers appreciate all that you've shared with us. And we need you can just give us quickly your contact information. Your website.
My name is on on Facebook, Instagram. Maybe you can find me at Carlos Parks.
Got you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Website, CarlosParksSpeaks.com.
Thank you so much. And thank you again for joining us.
Thank you.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to the www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBXUSA. $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympic, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Remember, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people, to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
At 5-Star BDM, we don't just elevate brands, we forge industry icons. Our mission is to amplify your business and personal brand through dynamic AI-enhanced strategies and an elite professional network of over 20,000 experts. We empower entrepreneurs and small to medium-sized businesses to lead, scale, and transform. Our powerful network accelerates your speed to market and connects you with unparalleled growth opportunities. If you're ready to lead, we'll position your brand to set the industry standard. Explore our comprehensive services designed to build your brand, drive growth, and innovate your business. From personal branding and business development to technology solutions and investment banking, we offer tailored strategies that deliver measurable results and help you dominate your market. Our personal branding service uniquely tailors your professional story. Starting at just $99 per project, we offer online courses, in-person workshops, and scheduled weekly calls. Perfect for individuals beginning their personal branding journey, we help you craft a legacy that commands attention and respect. Strategic plans and execution are at the heart of our business development services. We focus on sustainable growth, helping you secure funding, scale operations, and expand your market reach. Our expertise ensures your business thrives in competitive environments. Innovate with custom artificial intelligence, machine learning, and software solutions tailored to your needs. Our technology services are designed to enhance your business operations and drive efficiency, ensuring you stay ahead in the digital age.
Discover real stories and real results. From healthcare startups to tech entrepreneurs, our clients have achieved extraordinary success.
For instance, a healthcare brand transformation led to a 40% drop in patient infections, showcasing our impact in diverse industries.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. people ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am black business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from
from 2021. And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ravina Amos, and I'm your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This hour, we have an amazing speaker for our fireside chat. Our speaker today is none other than Mr. Maurice McMillan. Maurice McMillan was born and grew up in Northwest Washington, D.C. He attended D.C. Public School and graduated from Phelps Vocation High School. After high school, he went straight into the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Union, where he received in-class study and on-the-job training for 4 years. Shortly after leaving the union, Maurice pursued a career in telecom sales and started his own consulting company in 2002 called Martica Consulting. After 22 years of running Marticom, Maurice felt like it was time to embark on a new adventure. In 2022, Maurice became a licensed mortgage loan originator to help more people gain access to the American dream of home ownership. And in 2005, Maurice teamed up with his best friend TC and co-founded Ubaba Money to help even more people go beyond the dream of home ownership and into the limitless possibility of business ownership. TC is an international C-suite executive with a 20-year record of success in the food service and facilities maintenance industry. 4 times incorporate 5,000 member and winner of the largest contract awarded to an MBE in Maryland state history. Leveraging his business experience to get companies of all sizes and conditions and funding that they needed. Welcome to the Fireside Chat, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Maurice McMillan.
I'm happy to be here today.
Thank you for joining us.
Quite welcome.
Can we start off with you telling us what is business funding?
Absolutely. Business funding is people funding, first of all, because behind every business, there is a person. So business funding is simply people funding. Why it's categorized as business funding per se is because there is a separate entity besides the person that is going to be using the funds.
Now, how did you get into business funding?
Well, business funding was a was really a brainchild of my co-founder TC. He was able to connect with a marketing company, and I was already doing the mortgage business, as you stated in the opening. So he came to me with the business funding idea, and I thought it was a great complement to what I was already doing. And by offering the residential and commercial lending services and incorporating that into the business space, it really broadened our horizon into what we could do for individuals and businesses.
Okay. Now, if someone doesn't have a business yet, can he or she get business funding?
Well, like I said, because business funding is people funding first, absolutely, they can get funding. There are programs for startup businesses. So even if your business, even if you do not have a brick and mortar, you just have an idea, you can absolutely access capital to launch your business practice.
Okay. Now, what does it take to qualify for business funding?
That's a good question. The first thing I would say qualifies what it takes to qualify for is to have the willingness to do what it takes to succeed in your business. Because businesses are people, people get behind people. So it's very important that you know exactly what you want to do with the money. And if it makes sense, you will be able to get the funding. Now, depending upon the type of funding you need determines what it takes to get it. So if you're already in business and you have revenue, well, that's an avenue to getting funding. If you have valuable equipment or property, that's an avenue to getting funding. But if you have neither of those things, then we would start by making sure that you have a credit profile that will allow you to get funding.
Okay, so can you tell us when and why should someone apply for business funding?
Well, the reason you should apply for business funding is because it's much easier for you to grow your business using other people's money than using your own money, particularly if your financial resources are limited. So that is one of the main reasons why you want to get business funding. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of the question?
When should they start applying for business funding?
When you should start applying for business funding immediately. There is no bad time to get other people's money. So the the more of it that you have, the faster you can grow your business, the more you can help people with your service. You can hire people to help you. You can be a great blessing to your community with business funding. So as an entrepreneur, you should always be looking to get more funding.
Okay. Now, what should someone do who has been turned down for funding before?
Well, the first thing you should do is not feel bad about yourself. Don't beat yourself up, because most people only know to go to banking institutions to get business funding, and they have a very low rate of approving people for funds. So first thing you want to do is congratulate yourself for even having the courage to ask for the money. And then the second thing you want to do is try to work with a professional like myself, or someone who has more experience in the business funding arena, and seek their help. It's not that you are unworthy of the money. It's not that you don't have the skills to succeed in business. Business funding is a whole different industry that you just may not be familiar with. So there are certain things that are required in order to access the capital. And it's better to work with someone who knows what those things are than to try to figure it out through trial and error.
Okay. So where is the best place to apply for business funding?
Well, it depends on the type of funding you need, and it depends on what you need the funds for. So there are many sources of funding to tap into, and banks are the most popular because typically banks offer the lowest cost to access the money. But there are alternative lenders that also will give you money as well. So, but I would say again, when it comes to where to go or what's the best place, you want to start with someone that can give you guidance, like my partner and myself. You want to start with someone who knows the industry and can give you the guidance to get it.
So that being said, what are the first steps someone should take in getting business funding? What's the first steps?
So the very first step is I like to for people to understand why they want the money. That is very important, because a person in my position, if someone knows why they want the money, I can represent them much better. You know, you think of a funding expedition, if you will. You're going out looking for money, so you don't necessarily know where to go to find it per se. So you reach out to someone like me who knows where to find it. Well, the more you can convey your story to me and why you want the money, the better I can communicate it to someone who can say yes or no in getting you that funding. So you always want to start with someone, a broker, someone who has the ability to represent you. People would not go to court for something serious without an attorney to represent them. People who are sick, most of the times will go to a doctor to get the assistance that they need, rather than to try to learn medicine to heal themselves. So if people would just take that same approach to funding their business, I think they would be a lot more successful in getting the money that they're looking for.
Okay. Now, can someone with a 500 credit score really get approved through your brokerage?
Well, yes. And the reason is because all funding is not contingent on past performance. Some funding is contingent upon what are you doing today. So if you have revenue today, chances are you can get funding based upon the revenue that you have. A 500 credit score is not a deal breaker. However, you do want to increase it, and we can assist you with that as well. So if we have clients who are just getting started, or even they're starting over, they tried, did not succeed, and they're ready to try again. So you are where you are, and our objective is to help you wherever you are get to wherever you want to go. So we have programs that will help you repair your credit so that you can raise your score and just make it easier to access the funding that you need.
Okay. Now, for those with great credit, say 700 or higher, what are some of the premium funding options that are available?
Well, if you have a higher credit score, you are eligible for better terms, meaning that maybe if you're trying to fund a real estate project, you may not have to come up with as much money down because of your credit score, and you may get a lower interest rate, so money would be cheaper for you. But however, it just depends on what you're using the funding for. I always have to go back to that because there are just so many different programs for funding. It depends what you're using the money for, how long you need the money, and what is your experience in the area that you are trying to fund. All of that plays a big factor in the rates and terms that you are eligible for. So again, you always want to talk to someone who knows this space before you go out and try to get the funding yourself.
Okay. Now, how long does it typically take to get approved once you apply?
So if you're applying for funds because you need them immediately and you have revenue already that you're generating, there are programs called, there's a merchant cash advance. It's not even a loan. It's exactly what it says. You borrow a certain amount of money and you agree to pay a certain amount of interest over a period of time. And on those types of loans, you can get funding pretty quickly within 48 hours. You can get approved within 48 hours and then have the funds in your account within another 24 hours, sometimes even less. Now, if you're applying for real estate, a real estate loan, it can take you as much as 3 weeks, or it can take as much as 3 months, depending upon the type of loan that you are trying to apply for. So different products have different time spans as to when you can get approved and funded.
Okay. Now, why do you think so many business owners get denied by banks, but yet get approved through your sources?
Well, because banks have criteria for funding that they do not publish. They don't advertise what it takes to be approved. So by applying for a bank, you're kind of shooting in the dark. Now you see the application, they ask you the questions, but if you don't put in the right information, and if you don't apply for the right product, you can be completely qualified for it. But if you don't apply for it, the specific product that you need, you'll get turned down simply because you applied for the wrong product, or you failed to complete the application completely, or you put in some information that categorize yourself as a high-risk business. Now, they don't tell you what these things are, but if you work with someone who knows what they are, you have a much higher chance of getting approved for the amount of funding you want.
Okay. Now, in regards to the lending products and services, tell me about some of the fundings that you offer.
So we offer a variety of products. We offer products that you can get the money pretty quickly. We call those term loans or merchant cash advances. We offer those. We offer equipment funding. We offer invoice factoring. We offer SBA loans. So SBA, depending upon the program, you can get funding to purchase property, real estate, as well as working capital to grow your business. We offer residential loans as well. And we do this all nationwide. So it doesn't matter where you're located. We can help you with the funding that you need.
Now, can you share with our viewers which funding options are the easiest to get approved for?
So easy is a relative term. but it's because it's up to the individual that's applying. So if you have a high credit score, the easiest funding you can get is startup capital, because those are more personally driven. However, if you have revenue in your business already, probably the easiest funding you would be able to get is a merchant cash advance or some type of term loan. Those would be the easiest for you. So it really depends on the individual and what do they bring to the table. What are their current assets they have on hand? What is their experience? And what is their credit profile looks like?
Okay. Now, you mentioned the term loans. Now, that in regards to, or in addition to the merchant cash advance, the invoice factoring, who are these options best suited for?
They're best suited for established companies who already have a payroll, companies who they have an established customer base, because not all the loans or funding programs that we offer are contingent on the actual borrower. For an example, accounts receivables funding and invoice factoring, those programs are contingent upon the borrower's clients. What is the credibility of your client? See, it does, so you can have a 500 credit score, but if you do business with excellent clients who have a track record of paying their bills, well, the institution is happy to give you the money that you need because you have a reliable income source. So everything isn't just dependent upon the entrepreneur, the borrower who is looking for the funding. It just depends on your business. If your business meets a certain criteria for the lender, then you're gonna get the funds.
Okay. Now, are there limits to how many loans a business can have at one time?
There are limits, but the good news is chances are the business won't reach those limits, because as a business or as a business entity, as a business person, you have the ability to create multiple entities that are eligible for funding. So now I am not endorsing creating an entity for the sole purpose of funding. The purpose of an entity is to make a profit. So your intent should be to provide a service or a product to make a profit. However, because you as an individual person has an unlimited ability to create entities, business entities, your potential to receive multiple funding sources are unlimited.
Okay. And I would like to take the last few minutes that we have to just focus on advice for our entrepreneurs and those with startups. Can you tell when is the best time to apply for business funding?
So the best time to apply is always in the very beginning. When you're just thinking about starting a business, you want to talk to someone that can help you understand what it takes to get the money. The worst time to apply for money is when you need it the most. You always want to apply. That's fine. Hope you're okay. You're not choking. Okay, good. Make sure you're okay, Miss Amos.
I'm so sorry.
No problem. The best time to apply for funding is when you don't need the money, because there is no pressure to get it. You offer a different energy when you really need money. It seems like it runs away from you. But when you have the time to do your research and investigate, then chances are you're gonna put yourself in a position to get funded pretty easily.
Okay. Now, what are some of the common mistakes? Excuse me. People make when applying for funding?
So one of the common mistakes is they go in unprepared. They go in unrepresented even. That's one of the common mistakes. And the other mistake is they wait until they really need the money to do it. As I was explaining before, you don't want to wait until you desperately need the money. It's an energy that says maybe you can't be trusted. Now you're in the position that you're in. So if you find yourself in a position where you need money, you have no option but to go and try and get the money. So it would be better for you to seek the help of a professional like myself or my business partner who can represent you in getting the money.
Okay. Now, if someone listening wanted to work with you, what was the first step they should take?
So the very first step is they should reach out to us about our toll-free number, 884-386-3363, or they can reach out to us by email at funding@ubabamoney.com. We also are on social media. You can look up Ubaba Money Global Business Funding on Facebook, as well as Instagram, and as well as LinkedIn. So we're on all three of those social media platforms. But I would say the most important thing for a new entrepreneur is just take a chance. You don't know what's going to happen until you do it. Just have faith in yourself. You know, there's a lot of support in the world for business people who want to succeed in business. So just take a chance. There is help for you.
Okay, thank you. We went over your contact information a little fast, and I don't. Could you spell Ubaba for us? I really want them to be able to find you.
Yes. So Ubaba is spelled Ubaba, and it's basically a name for African name for father. So Ubaba Money Global Business Funding. And you can reach us at our telephone number, 844-386-3363.
Thank you so very much for the contact information.
You're quite welcome.
Thank you. We've talked a little bit about TC, who's not here with us, but can you tell us in our last few minutes here, who is Maurice McMillan?
So yeah, so I am a native of the Washington D.C. area. I grew up in Northwest D.C. To be exact, and I'm just a regular guy who loves entrepreneurship, who loves people, loves helping people, as well as my business partner. He is also he grew up in the PG County area. He actually was raised in Indiana, but he grew up in the PG County area. He has a lot of experience in business, knows a lot of people as well. And we're both on a mission to help people live better lives. That is our mission statement. We just want to help people live better lives. And we do that by helping you get the resources you need to grow and expand your business.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And we didn't talk about it much, but can you tell us, how has your upbringing affected your success?
Well, I grew up in a Christian home, number one. So, you know, I've had values of do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And I try to live that every day. So I'm not going to advise someone to do something that I would not do myself. And I carry those principles in my business and with people that I work with, you know, because I really want to know what it is you want to do to succeed. I listen to you. You know, that makes me connected to your business. Most of our clients, they are friends. They're not just clients. You know, we have a relationship. So I want to see you succeed. If you succeed, your community succeeds, your family succeeds. So it's a win-win situation. You know, we do not have transactional interactions with our clients. We have a relationship. So we want to see you succeed. That means we have to work together long term in order to see that happen.
Yes. And thank you for that. And thank you for joining us today. And thank you for sharing all your information with us. A very knowledgeable information and information that we all need. I appreciate you taking time out to speak with us.
Well, I thank you too, Ms. Amos. It was a pleasure being on the Black Business Network, and I look forward to maybe visiting you all again.
Oh, I hope you do. And we're not going to let you go just yet. Yet. I'm going to let you give your contact information one more time. But I am interested. How important do you think mentorship is for those young entrepreneurs, new entrepreneurs, novice entrepreneurs, and those with startups?
Well, unfortunately, mentorship is a privilege if you can get it. It should be an absolute mandate for anyone starting a business. There should be an entrepreneur assigned to you automatically somewhere, somehow, when you're starting something brand new. It is so much more harder to succeed through trial and error instead of proven mentorship. If you have someone who has gone through a minefield, they can help you get through it without getting blown up just because they have that experience. So I try to encourage every person that I know that wants to go into business for themselves, or even someone a younger person in college who just wants to pursue a career. I advise them to find a mentor in that particular field that they want to pursue, and just ask that person, what's it like and how did they succeed? Because if success was easy, everyone would have, the measure of success that they want. But there are people who have figured it out and who would love to share their information with you, but no one asks them. A true mentor does not charge you to help you because they're already successful. They just want to see you succeed because success is everyone's birthright. I don't think there are people who are more privileged than others. Success is everyone's birthright, but you have to earn it. It's not given to you. So if you would just seek the help, and don't give up, there's a good chance you're going to find it.
So what do you feel is the core mission of Ubaba Money?
So our core mission is very simple. We just want to help people live better lives. And we do that through a little bit of education, a little bit of encouragement, some planning. For some people, because of where they are, the funding process is a journey. If you have challenge credit and you don't have a business yet, you don't have much experience in the business that you want to pursue, you're going to be on a journey to get the funding that you need, which is okay. We're willing to ride that journey with you because before you can have a big business, you have to exist at all. So in the very beginning stages, you're just getting started. So it's perfectly fine. Don't make excuses for yourself that you can't do it. You absolutely can do it. Doesn't matter how many times you've tried and did not succeed. Just keep trying.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And once again, before we let you go, can you please give our viewers your contact information? I really want them to be able to reach out to you so that you can get them the help that they need.
Thank you. So it's funding@ubabamoney.com. That is our email address. We do monitor that email. And our telephone number is 844-386-3363.
And once again, for our viewers, Ubaba is spelled U-B-A-B-A.
That's right.
And can you tell us a bit about the origin of the name? I know you said Ubaba means father.
Yes, it means father. So my co-founder, TC, he came up with the name for the company. My assumption is, because as a Black American, we certainly want to stay connected to our African roots. And he found out about what a griot is in Africa. So Ubaba money is a derivative of a griot. Okay. So it's just a wise village man that people can come to for help and knowledge.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that with us. And once again, thank you for joining us. And we look forward to having you again in the future. And hopefully you'll be joining us the next time as well.
Yes. He's in a location where his internet has failed him. So that's why he wasn't able to join us today. But
you were fantastic. And
thank you so much.
You're representing well.
Thank you so much.
And look forward to talking to you again in the future. Mr. Maurice McMillan, everybody. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. And you may go to the www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2025. That's NC 100, Sway Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Incorporated, Genius is Coming, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Art App Design, Banks Law Firm, and the Black Business Expo USA. And once again, thank you to Mr. Maurice McMillan and Ubaba Money. Remember, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you for joining us.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you. and a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats.
Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done, you have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all y'all, all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And, you know, even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake till the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ravana Amos, and I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. This hour, we have an amazing speaker for our fireside chat. Our speaker is none other than Mr. Edward Farley. Mr. Farley is a relationship expert, author, and founder and CEO of Love Knowledge Incorporated, an organization dedicated to revolutionizing how people approach and maintain healthy relationships. With over 15 years of relationship coaching experience, Edward has developed a pioneering approach to relationship education that combines interactive tools, practical guidance, and innovative concepts like the no-love triangle philosophy. Edward is the author of The Handbook for Increasing Your Relationship IQ, a comprehensive guide that provides practical insight into relationship dynamics. His work emphasizes the formula B plus do equals have, highlighting that success in relationships stems not just from action, but from one's internal state and authenticity. As the creator of the groundbreaking No Love board game, described as a relationship simulator, Edward has developed a unique approach to relationship education that allows couples to navigate challenging scenarios in a controlled environment before encountering them in real life. This innovative tool serves as a flight simulator for relationships, helping couples practice and perfect their relationship skills in a risk-free setting. Edward's philosophy centers on preventative relationship care rather than crisis intervention. His mission is to reduce divorce rates by empowering couples with the knowledge and tools they need to build strong, lasting partnership. Through No Love Incorporated, he offers relationship coaching services, educational products, and a podcast that delivers accessible advice to audiences worldwide. With a background in advertising and a passion for mentoring, Edward brings a creative, strategic approach to relationship education. His warm, direct communication style makes complex relationship concepts accessible and engaging, enabling him to connect with diverse audience from young singles to long-term married couples. Edward's own 20-year marriage serves as both inspiration and testing ground for his relationship theories and tools, making him not just the founder of No Love Incorporated, but also his first success story. Welcome to our Fireside Chat, Mr. Edward Farley. It's an honor to have you on our show this hour.
Wow, thank you so much for having me. How are you today?
I am doing wonderful, and I'm excited to hear the guidance and the expertise that you're going to share with us today.
I'm glad to be here, and I'm ready to dive in. Nice to meet you. I am Edward Fairley, and it's Ravina Amos.
Ravina,
is that correct?
Ravina Amos.
Very nice. Ravina. See, I don't like to mess up people's names. Miss Ravina, nice to meet
you. You too. Now we're going to dive right in. You say trust is all chance at the beginning. Can you walk us through that and what it looks like in a real world scenario?
No, that's a great question. So yes, trust is chance in the beginning. So the only thing that could really measure trust is time. Without time, you can't really know that you're trusting someone. So if I meet you, or even if I hire you, you can give me your resume and I can read that and I can hope that you meet the potential that you shared that you have. But to say that I trusted, I would have to see you in action. So character is revealed by circumstance. Until the circumstance presents itself to prove your competency, which means I have to have time with you and see you at work, then I really don't know that you are who you say you are, or you can produce what you say you are, or if we were clear on how you defined what I asked for, so that you, when you said that, yes, I can do it, that you could be able to produce it. So that is why I say that trust is all chance in the beginning, because it's not until time reveals as to whether my assumption that I can trust you is accurate.
Okay. Now, if we can't measure trust early on, what should people be paying attention to instead doing these first interactions?
Another great question. So the things that you should pay attention with time is focusing on consistency in the small things that they do. So does their behavior match their words across different situations? Do they follow through on minor commitments? That kind of shares what's going on. For example, like with me being in the relationship sector, I have people who get excited that a woman or a male treats them nice or kind or respect, and they're excited about that. But my follow-up question is, are they like that with other people? So they might have presented themselves as nice and kind, but if they are a nice and kind person, they're always nice and kind. They're not just nice and kind to you. Don't get so excited that they are nice and kind with you. If you see someone that would be considered less valuable than you are to them, and they treat them, they slight them the way that they interact, that's really not a kind person. That's a kind acting person. So you want to look for consistency and actions over time so that you can kind of take, or actually accumulate rather, trust points before you decide that I can actually count on this person.
Okay. So what is the biggest trust mistake you see people making when they're trying to fast track relationships?
That's a good one. So the biggest trust mistakes that people make are confusing competency with character. So what I mean by that is, you might be a great person and you might have even done your job well, but does that mean that you're good enough to make you a manager of people? You might manage yourself well, but that doesn't mean that you interact and collaborate well with other people. So because, and this is very common, especially in business, that, oh my gosh, he's a rock star or she's a rock star in sales, so let's make him or her a sales manager, and they'll make everyone else rock stars. And we assume that they can duplicate themselves and realize, because we move too fast, and putting them in that role, that they're not duplicatable. They just had a gift or knack for the role that they were in, and they probably don't even understand the systems that they have psychologically in place where they can actually teach someone the systems or duplicate themselves by sharing the systems that they have within. A lot of people are not self-aware to where they understand the psychology behind why what they do works. It just works, and they're just gifted or talented at that to where they can't necessarily, what's the word I want to use? Scale their skills. They cannot put it in a system or we have AI. We can't create a system that allows for them to duplicate themselves because they don't know how it works or why it's working. So I say all that to say, assuming that their competency and their character go hand in hand, that is something that we typically do to fast track business relationships, because we're like, again, if this person is awesome, they clearly would be awesome at telling other people how to be awesome, or teaching them, or training them rather. And that's not necessarily the case. You really have to inspect what you expect.
Okay. I like that. Now, how do you advise someone to protect themselves emotionally while still remaining open to building trust, over time?
I like that question because it suggests that it's the other person that determines how you feel. So protecting yourself emotionally suggests that you allow for other people to determine how you feel. If you are secure in your own worth, what someone else adds or quote unquote subtracts does not change your value. So the way that you protect yourself emotionally is to be emotionally stable, be self-aware, have self-value, and love yourself to where when you are making decisions, they're not emotional decisions to where you feel like, oh my goodness, if he or she leaves, I don't know what I can do or what I will do. Or you got so caught up in the relationship that you didn't see what it is that they offer to where you can find someone else or something that can provide you with that. Because in the end, to use jargon that aligns with relationships, in business relationships, there's two things that are inevitable. It's either death or divorce. And you have to prepare for that. And when I say divorce, they might be so successful. If they're great, they're great. If they're great to you, they're great to someone else. They could get a raise and leave. They could start their own business and leave. Or they could physically leave this earth. And you're saying that you put all of that into one person and your business can't succeed with them. So it's imperative to not necessarily be able to do the person's job, but understand it enough to where if it needs to be replaced, you're able to articulate what needs to be replaced and be intentional about getting the another person in that role. And that again comes with being emotionally stable and secure in who you are and what you bring to the actual company, as well as what their job and who their role is as a contribution to the success of your company, so that if they are gone, or even if you are gone, it can still run the business.
Okay. Now, what's the difference between healthy skepticism and being closed off in a new relationship?
That's good. So, well, one is a question, the other one is a statement. And what I mean by that is healthy skepticism says, okay, he or she says that this is who they are, what they can do, and I'm going to watch and allow them to show me who they are over time. Being closed off says, I already know this is not going to work. And you're looking at it and you have no hope. You're going, it's like going into a relationship. I know how men are. I know how women are, and you're already closed off to the success of it. And because you are approaching it with that lens, even things that are not necessarily what you assumed, you're going to conclude that that's what it is. If you're going to look for it, that's what you're going to get, even if that's not necessarily what it is. So I say being closed off is a statement that really does not allow for growth or opportunity for trust to evolve. And the healthy skepticism is, okay, this is what they said. I'm not going to get too excited. I'm going to observe their actions, believe their actions, and not necessarily their words.
Okay. Now, you mentioned time as the only true measure. What does that timeline actually looks like? Could you elaborate on that?
Yes. So it's probably more about depth and experience more than it is about time, because you can go through a whole lot with a person in 6 months that it took a person 2+ years to go through to really see who they're working with. So it's more about seasons than it is time. So I wouldn't. So a minimal of a year, and I only say that because I brought up seasons, but conceptualizing seasons rather is to say that, okay, we went through ups and downs, storms, and the way that they responded, again, characters revealed by circumstance, that allowed for me to see who I'm working with, how they respond under pressure, what they do, to where I can count on this person to respond accordingly in this type of season. So I wouldn't put a time on it as much as I would put enough experience with seasons with this person to really know and grasp the character of the person that you are having a partnership or relationship with.
Now, that being said, how do you balance being patient with trust building while recognizing legitimate red flags early on?
Well, first, you have to understand that red flags aren't about trust at all. They're about compatibility in a person's character. So these are things. So a red flag is something that you need to attack immediately. I call them non-negotiables. So when you have red flags, you see someone that is consistently disrespecting boundaries and they're causing trust issues, that needs to be addressed and more than likely eliminated, as opposed to trust. That is something that you can build, but character is just something that's revealed. That's just who they are. The core of them, that's how they are. So I need to get that out of my system, meaning out of this relationship or this environment immediately. There's nothing that I can do to change the core, the character of that person. But what I can do is I can build trust, because as I shared earlier, I might have realized that, okay, you didn't understand what it is that I was asking. Now that we've established that, now we can see if I can trust you to do the job, or even verify that, okay, we have you in the wrong role, but you are competent here. Let's maneuver you. So it's more so building trust is something that you could build again, and red flags is just something that's revealed, and you need to address it immediately, because that suggests that they do not allow or align rather with the core values and morals and principles that you have, and that's just not a good or safe relationship.
Okay. Now, what happened when two people are on different timelines for developing trust?
So when people are on different timelines, someone has to be patient, because that suggests that someone's further along in their maturity. I'll put it like this. Sometimes, again, I'm using relationship metaphors since that's my area. Let's say my wife, she gets on a health kick, and now she wants to have she wants to remove everything that's unhealthy from the house. We've been eating this way for years. Now she's got salads, and only granola bars, and she's talking bad about how my diet is terrible, is going to kill me, but she just got on that kick. And now you want to make me exercise, and it took you 40 plus years to get to your revelation. And now you're trying to force me into something. No, you have to respect that I have a time frame for me to get a revelation just like you did. So you're going to have to be patient. You're going to have to, there's someone that has to be patient and aware. And also they're going to have to remember that they were not always where they are now, and be patient enough to bring the person along by being consistent in the way that they walk, not the way that they talk. So by being consistent in their actions and showing the benefits of them moving in said light or philosophy, that will help inspire the person to come along and evolve and grow with you.
Okay. Now, if trust can only be proven over time, how do successful people make important decisions about business partners or major relationships?
All right, so we've established that time allows for experience. So the way that successful people make important decisions about business and partnerships are by expediting a simulation of experience to determine whether you can be trustworthy. And what I mean by that is, for one, observation of their own success. And I have a great example. She reached out to me and she said that she could help me get more traction to my sites, my social media, get more people to my websites, and get my products and services in front of more people. And she could boost my numbers and everything. And I said, okay. I said, well, this conversation won't move any further until you can show me that you've done it for yourself. So she kind of ignored what I said, and she sent me testimonials of other people who she said she's helped them to grow a big following. I said, I didn't ask you about any testimonials, because see, I've been doing this for too long. One, I know I can pay for testimonials. I can buy advertisement. I can do what a commercial is. Those people might not have ever had that prescription drug that they're trying to sell you on. That's just a paid person doing that. I can do that. And the people that you have sent me over that you said that you've helped get the numbers, I don't have a before and after thing that suggests that you are the ones that you're the person and your systems created that. So she was like, well, I've helped these people. I said, that's fine. But you yourself, you only have 85 followers. And you are in a profession, and this is all you have. So why don't you have it? And she could not explain it. And where I finally responded was, so what you mean to tell me is that you have skills that could help me grow and have an audience and a following, and you don't use those skills on yourself? That's what you want me to go by. You only use it for other people. You don't use those skills on yourself. That's why in my bio, it says that I've been married for 20 years and I am my company's first success story, because I practice what I teach. So I am not going to buy in off of you saying you can do it until I can see that you can do it, or I will simulate or give you a task to do to see if it is that you can do what it is that you claim that you can do. Also, oftentimes, if I'm going to do a contract with someone, the first thing I do is I'll say, okay, you've raised your hand, you've bid, you say you can do what it is that I've asked of you. So now what I want you to do is write a proposal in your own words, telling me what it is that I asked for you to do for me and my company. I promise you, 70% of the people that said that they could do it, they leave because they're just raising their hand to get work, and they didn't even really read what it is that you asked of them. And then 20% of those people afterward, I'll find out that when they respond and say it in their own words, that they didn't really grasp what it is that I asked. And then when I reply, oh, okay, no, you misunderstood what it is that I was asking. This is what I'm asking. Then they're like, oh, well, I can't do that. And then those people are gone. And then I narrow it down and I finally get to someone. And then once we get down to the person that I finally hired, when it gets to a point where they're not producing, guess what I bring to them before I have to transition them? I bring back the paper that they wrote up, what they said that they can do. And then I asked them, I said, are you doing this? Did you meet this deadline? Did you do this? And they're like, no. And then I asked them a simple question. So who is eliminating you from this position? You or me? And they're like, I am. And I don't lose any sleep over having to part ways because you said you could do something. You wrote in your own words that you could do something. You said that you could meet these deadlines. You did not do it. So our contract is over. It's really that simple. So I'll put a period right there because I can go off on a tangent with that.
No, we don't want you to do that. Okay. What role does intuition play versus concrete evidence when you're in that early chance phase?
So intuition points you towards what to investigate. Evidence tells you what to decide. So intuition says, something's not wrong. I mean, something's not right about this person. What I kind of even suggested it. In your own words, what is it that I'm asking for you to do? So now I know what to ask because something about your response suggests that something's not right. My intuition tells me that. So now I know to ask you specific questions to get clarity on whether you are the right person or not, or whether we should move forward. And with me asking those questions, then I get the evidence that allows for me to say, you're not the one. We must pivot. We must transition. I cannot waste my time with this person. So now I have to move. So intuition points you to what to investigate. Evidence tells you what to decide. And do not try to force something on evidence. Evidence is what it is. If they show themselves, which is why I've said numerous times, do not go off of what they say, go off of what they do. Right. If they show themselves numerous times, that's evidence. Believe that evidence and make a decision based off of that said evidence. Move accordingly.
Okay. Now, how has your perspective on trust changed your approach to both business and personal relationship?
That's a great question. So the way my perspective on trust rather changed my approach is it allows for me to be a forever student. So I don't go into it with preconceived notions or assumptions. I look at you as an individual and I measure you up against my morals, principles, and values. So I see you as a person, but I'm not emotionally attached to you as a person because all I'm looking at is whether you align with my morals, principles, and values. And that's the same thing with my household, my wife, my children. I have people that ask me questions and they'll ask me about something. And when they're finished, they say, okay, I understand what you're saying, but what if it was your daughter? And I'm like, that doesn't change. That doesn't change my opinion. What if it was your wife? What if it was your mother? That doesn't change. I don't see that person. I see the morals, principles, and values of this circumstance. And that's how I'm going to make my decision. It takes the emotions out of it. It takes the feeling bad out of it. It's literally what and how I maneuver and navigate through life, which makes life decisions very, very simple, because there's nothing. It's only objective things that are involved for me to make a decision about.
Okay. Now, what advice would you give someone who's been burned before and struggling with that initial leap of faith?
That kind of goes back to the question about protecting their emotions.
Mm.
You have to know your own worth and your own value. If you're burned, when you get to a place where you love yourself and you value yourself, if and when people burn you, you actually feel sorry for them. You don't feel burnt. You feel like, dang, she or he could have taken this ride with me and they would have benefited from this. They ruined their own lives. I am a very awesome person to have a relationship and insight with and from. So you burn me, you've burned yourself, not me. And when you have that perspective, that's a superpower.
Yes.
But we get so caught up in assuming that our value is based off of someone's contribution, that for one, we bring in people that take from us as opposed to sustaining the peace that we already have, because we don't have peace. So for anyone to sustain, and because of that, that's how we feel burnt. Oftentimes people, even they're trying to they make statements that a person will be offended about, but because me seeing myself in the light that I see myself, oftentimes it's a compliment. And I'm like, I can't even be offended, or people read it. I'm like, that doesn't bother me. So for one, recognize that you've learned from the red flags or being burnt. Gain wisdom from it. Again, going back to being a student, don't lose the lesson. That's the worst thing you could do. Don't lose a lesson, but also don't force the lesson on other people. Consider everyone individuals, and because of that, that will force you to be students of them as an individual, and it won't allow for you to project your past traumas on them. It actually robs you of being traumatized and looking at things through a traumatic lens, because you're looking at everyone as an individual. So
now, how do you maintain your own principles while still giving others time they need to prove themselves?
Well, principles don't have to be maintained. If you have principles, that's how you maneuver. Now, that's why I brought up the whole, well, what if it was your mother? What if it was your wife? If different things that are factors in the actual exchange will change your outcome or your conclusion, external things, you don't have principles. So that is your foundation. That's what you're moving from. But majority of people don't have principles. So my response to that is actually to find principles to have, and then it will make everything else easier, because you will be making decisions and adding and subtracting people based off of whether they align with your principles.
Now, what first sparked your passion for preventative relationship care over the traditional crisis intervention?
Wow, that's a great question. So I was given advice by the experts, and it was the advice that was ruining my relationship. So it was imperative that I create an environment or a tool that allowed people to simulate, get the experience of relationships with the aha moments that I received that was preventing me from having a successful relationship in the beginning of my marriage, so that they would have the experience which allows for them to trust the process of relationships so they can maneuver better through the relationship cycle, be it dating, relationship, or marriage.
Now, how do you tailor your coaching and content for artists at different relationship stages?
I'm sorry, say again? I apologize.
How do you tailor your coaching and content for artists at different relationship stages, from the single to the long-term couple?
That's a wonderful question. So it's actually easy. They all go through the same process. There's only one process. So, and I'm glad you asked it. So, for example, in the simulation, my board game simulation, I have married couples that I counsel. And the simulation, you start in the center at single, no love, N-O, love, no love. The objective of the game is to get from no love to no love, which is K-N-O-W, love, which is an awareness about love, where all the snares and traps that come as a result of dating, relationship, or marriage that typically will cause a relationship or marriage to fail. You will have an awareness about love that those things, you'll see them coming a mile away and they will not impact or cause harm to your respective relationship, causing you to be divorced. So you start in the center, single, you go through the dating phase, you go through the relationship phase, and you go through the marriage phase before you get to know love. I have people that are married, they come to me and they were, well, why are we starting at the single phase and playing through the dating scenario? And I asked them all the same question. If I was to trip right here where I'm standing and fall, if I trip and fall, I tripped right here, would I land right here? They say, no, you would not land. I would trip, stumble forward, and fall and land in a different spot than where I tripped. I said, what happened to you is y'all tripped in dating and you landed in marriage. So I have to teach you why you tripped up and assume that the marriage was actually where you tripped up and messed up. That's not where you tripped and messed up at. Dating is a self-awareness and self-education process where you learn and understand your morals, principles, and values, as we discussed earlier, your principles. So I have to teach you how to find those, identify those through the dating phase, and then evolve with how you realize those in a dating phase, with how to be a student of your spouse, the same way you were a student with yourself or the person in a relationship. When you're in a relationship, use the same tools that helped you identify and see yourself to identify and see your partner. And then that will evolve into you being successful at doing that in your respective marriage. So the process is exactly the same. Actually, the person that's dating is better off because they only have to build from the wisdom that they have right there. Whereas the marriage person has to unlearn things that they thought were working in the beginning, but it's the same process.
Well, we have like 1 minute left, so I'm going to ask you quickly, what legacy do you hope No Love Incorporated will leave in the world of relationships?
Wow. Honestly, No Love is about me creating things for my family and particularly my children. In the event that I died, I want to have recorded information that my children can go to get counsel from me about certain topics that they might have missed because I did not live long enough for them to get to have that exchange with me. But they'll still get the counsel from me. So that is what I want to be able to live even after death and be able to counsel my children and my family even while I'm gone. So I'm doing as much of pouring out my thought process to my children and family so that I can do so.
Mr. Fowler, thank you so much for coming and sharing your expertise with us here on the show today.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Very appreciative. Thank you.
Be safe. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the cash app that's on the screen below. Say $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month. That's NC100, Sway Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Marge McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympic, Artistic App Design, the Banks Law Firm, and the Black Business Expo USA. Remember, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you for joining us.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the cash app at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an experience like no other. Tune in every Monday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for The Mary D. Show, where the ordinary meets the extraordinary. The Mary D. Show brings you powerful insights and inspiring stories from a diverse range of guests. Join our incredible host, Mary D. Welch, as she sits down with thought leaders, business owners, and change makers, sharing their journeys and successes. From career professionals and entrepreneurs to educators and beauty advisors, Mary D. Welch interviews sports figures and health enthusiasts, offering a platform for extraordinary voices. Explore the world of extraordinary people and places in business and finance, homes and real estate, beauty and wellness, education and empowerment, sports and health, and more. Want to be a guest on the show? Call 619-669-8603 or email Mary at marydwelch.com. Visit www.marydwelch.com to learn more.
Yes, sir. Mr. Edward Farley, we are still here. Can you tell us what role does vulnerability play in building lasting love, and how do you help people embrace it?
How does vulnerability create lasting love, and how do you embrace it? Wow, that's a great question. So vulnerability, it goes back to the strength of loving yourself. So vulnerability is a superpower. So if you're in love with yourself and you are okay with the things that you've done, you have given yourself permission to apologize to yourself. You have allowed for yourself to be forgiven. Then you can share in pretty much anything as it pertains to relationships, which for one allows for others to be able to do the same thing because you've given permission for them to share. So vulnerability creates intimacy. So if you are vulnerable and you share stuff, you giving other people permission to do the same thing. And now we have grown or created an environment that allows for people to be authentically themselves and even repair things that they probably didn't even realize were repairable or needed repair.
Now, your background is in advertising. Tell our viewers, how has that shaped your communication style as a relationship coach?
Oh, that's such a great question. So
thank you.
Now I'm pulling from, you got me digging deep in my Rolodex. So I'll say it like this. So there's a book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. Man, I didn't read that. I probably read that I was 18 years old. But I say that to say one of the first things that they teach, or it says in the book, is birds like worms, I like ice cream. So what that means is I'm going to feed you what it is that you like in order for you to understand me or receive what it is that I am trying to get you to receive. So I have to package it in a manner that is palatable for you to receive it so that you'll consume what it is that I want you to have. So marketing is pretty much identifying birds, people, and things of that nature and packaging it in a manner that allows for them to say, hey, that's me. I need or want that. And it's speaking to me. So you have to, one, know if you're talking to a bird or a person so that you can know how to feed them so that you can recruit them to your product or your service or what have you. So if you think that your product is for everyone, which it very well could be, your marketing won't speak to anyone because you have not focused it on a bird or a person or what have you when you presented it. So you don't speak to anyone, and now no one is interested in buying it. So that's the simplest way I could.
Well, no, that's wonderfully put. And for our viewers, can you please tell us how we can get in touch with you, how we can get your book? Give us the information.
I appreciate that. So I am on Amazon. So if you want the book is The Handbook for Increasing Your Relationship IQ. That is a very long title. So if you just put Edward L. Fairley Relationship IQ, I'm confident it will pull it up. And you can get that anywhere online. If you were interested in like my No Love simulation, currently you would only be able to get that through me, and that's through noloveinc.com. That's KNOW love LOVEINC.com. You would be able to purchase the No Love simulation through that vein.
Okay, is that the board game?
The board simulation, yes, ma'am.
Okay, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that. And thank you once again for sharing your expertise. It gave us so much information. And I know our viewers are wishing that we had more time to spend with you because there's a lot more questions and a lot of things we could have unpacked, Thank
you.
But we thank you for being with us today.
I appreciate you. Y'all be well. Thank you.
You too. And to our viewers, remember, genius is common, and we will see you. I'll see you on the other side.
Take care.
Too.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Heytie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Eartha Watts Hicks. I'm an award-winning author, publisher, PR writer, and affiliate for blackpr.com. I am your business moderator this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Tanya T. Wise. Dr. Tanya T. Wise is a highly sought-after international keynote speaker, coach, author, strategist, and consultant. She is arguably one of the most compelling, charismatic, and captivating voices in motivational speaking today. A champion of personal and financial empowerment and advocacy for women for over 3 decades, Tanya has become a leading authority in the area of financial literacy, entrepreneurship, and money management. She trains individuals, business owners, and entrepreneurs worldwide and teaches them to identify their financial goals, develop strategies, and overcome obstacles so that they can live their best life and leave an inheritance. Tanya is on a mission to educate audiences on how to transform their lives so that they can unapologetically give themselves permission to experience the financial freedom, stability, independence, and security they deserve. I present to you Dr. Tanya T. Wise.
Thank you, Eartha, for that wonderful introduction.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hi, my name is Dr. Tanya T. Wise, and have you heard what I have already accomplished and the things that I've accomplished, but what you did not hear is why I want to help people with that. The major reason is, have you ever started out in life having all your goals and your dreams? Maybe as an adolescent, or maybe you figured it out early on at elementary. Maybe you were a person that wanted to dance. Maybe you were a person that played music or tennis. You hear all these success stories. Well, that wasn't the case for me. I didn't know who I wanted to become until I was already in adulthood. And what I say as adulthood is meaning I've already had children. I wasn't married yet. And you'll see that I felt forward versus falling back because I went through so much adversity. So I was a teenage mom of 3, and I wasn't married yet. And so as time started ticking, I started thinking, who would marry me? And I had 3 children. I started thinking that I'm getting up in age. And so as time went on, I realized, listen, I started being great in my career. I had gotten a 6-figure earning income, bought my first home. So I was well established in the professional world, but I was lacking in my personal world. And so as time went on, I did eventually get married. I was married for 12 years. We traveled. We started multiple businesses, and life was going pretty good, as though I thought. And then I started realizing that the life that I was living, I was wearing multiple hats, and I really didn't understand what was going on internally. And so I didn't know what abuse was. I didn't know that there were different levels of abuse, such as physical abuse, mental abuse, and so verbal abuse. So as I started to identify that I was being abused, I started realizing that it wasn't healthy. And so I started to look at
what I could do with upward mobility. What could I do with personal development? And so this is when I came up with the Dream to Reality Coach, and why I want to help most people live their best life now and leave an inheritance. Because through that, I realized that I started to be very good with money, which means you'll attract all different types of people. You'll have friends that you didn't know you had. You'll have relatives coming out of anywhere. And so before you know it, you're helping, because we come from a humble background where we're supposed to help people. You'll find yourself in lack. You'll find yourself that when you need money, when you run out of money, those same friends, those same family members are nowhere to be found. And so then when you need money, you find yourself maybe in a hardship. You find yourself not having the very resources that you need. So going back and moving forward, I actually landed my corporate position, loving life, purchased a home. And so once I got married, we purchased a bigger home. And this was what my friends would call a baby mansion. It was bigger than anyone else that I knew. And so when I first drove up to that house, I thought it was something that we could not afford, right? Because the mentality that we grow up in our environment, we start to think small. We don't realize that small is really not big and that gigantic is not really big. And so what I want to challenge you with is to look at where did you get the mindset that you have, and is it still serving you? Because if it's not still serving you, then this is the time to make that shift. So my mental state of mind, I always wanted these things, but I didn't necessarily have the mental capacity to withstand those things. So as time went on, I actually realized that I could afford the house. And here I am today, 23 years later, still in that same house. And so what I want to challenge you with is, what goals, what dreams did you have, or would you like to have? What are some of the things that you want to implement? What are some of the guidelines that you feel must be in place to accomplish the very things that you want out of life? See, what I'm noticing is that we don't all have the resources, or what I like to call, some of us need to have CPR. Some of us need to have a clear, concise vision of what it is that we want. The P stands for, do you have processes? Do you have programs? Do you have procedures to be able to accomplish those things? And then the R stands for resources. What connections do you need to make? What networks are you in, or what networks do you need to get in? So today, I'm going to start out with the C, and I'm going to talk to you about having a clear, concise vision. One of the very things that I knew that I wanted is that I knew that I wanted a nice house. I knew that I wanted to have a nice car, and I knew that I did not want to have to worry about money. I knew that I did not want to have to worry about how I was going to feed my children, how I was going to pay the ordinary bills, you know, the gas, the electric, the water, the necessities that we all should have. And I believe that we shouldn't have to worry about those things. So speeding up, I actually landed my 6-figure career job. And through that process, I realized that you also start to have the right type of people in your circle when you're making a certain amount of money. But can I tell you what I found out? I found out that it's not necessarily the amount of money that you're making, but it is absolutely how you manage the money that you make. Some of us get stuck in allowing life to go on, and we get stuck in that process. So maybe you're good at doing hair. Maybe you're good at being a plumber. Maybe you're good at being a mechanic. Maybe you're good at coaching or mentoring, whatever it is that your career is. Have you noticed that you blink your eye and a decade is already gone? So the old folks used to say that we're very good at making money on this hand, but it also leaves faster out on this hand. And what we like to do at All New Beginning is to help you put your money in the middle. How can you make it, save it, monetize it, and most importantly, manage it? Because when you don't manage your money, then you won't be able to live your dream life. What we've also noticed with working with thousands of clients is that if you stay in what we call survival mode and not in creativity mode, then you won't ever make the money that you rightfully deserve. So many people are still trading their time for dollars. The more you trade your time for dollars, the less money you're going to have. What do I mean? Let me explain to you. If you are trading an hour of your time for 20, 30, I'm going to even say an hour of your time for $100, it would take you how many years to accomplish the very goals that you want, or even just to make ends meet? And so that's exactly what we're talking about today. How do you make your money work for you so you don't have to keep working for it? When you reach the corporate ladder, where do you go after that? If you're anything like me, I've worked hard to climb the corporate ladder to make six figures, only to find out there's nowhere to go after you make six figures in corporate America. So much so, I didn't get evaluations anymore. I didn't have any goals or dreams because I didn't know that I could do more. I knew I wanted more, but I didn't know I could do more. I thought that all it was to life. Like, I wasn't even going to go back and finish college. I felt like I had already gotten a degree. I already had this six-figure earning job. So I was like, well, what else is there? But can I tell you that the wealthy people look for experiences? They look for things that they can do to make memories. So if you're at that pivoting time in your life where you're just living paycheck to paycheck, you haven't had the time to even design the life that you desire, this is the very time that it's time to pivot. It's the very time you need to sit down with someone that can do a breakthrough session with you so that we can help you line up your goals and dreams. We can help you line up the very things that you want to accomplish. It's never too late. Nelson Mandela did not become the president until after the age of 74. And there are a host of others, great leaders that you've heard of that didn't get great success until later on in life. And we still know their names today. Their legacy still live on. Many of us get confused. Well, what is a legacy? What is an inheritance? We hear these terminologies, but who is teaching us these terminologies? Some of us get caught up in the everyday, make money, spend money, and go back and make money. But what is going to happen if you can't go and make money tomorrow? What do you have in place? What is the difference between passive and active income? Many of us have what we call active income. But if you can't actively work, when would your income stop? The moment you couldn't actively work. So what I'm encouraging you to do is to sit down with us so that at All New Beginning, we can analyze, we can put a strategy together for you. We can see maybe where you're overspending and help you redirect your overspending to your forward focuses. We can look and see if you have extra cash flow. How many of you would like a raise today? Would you like to give yourself a raise? Do you know how to give yourself a raise? Which brings me to my next point. I know if you have a government job in September, they start talking about giving a raise. Even if you have a union job, every September, October, they start talking about giving you a raise. And so right now is the time that many of us start to spend the raise before you even get the raise. Or maybe you're thinking about paying off a car. You know, you only have 2 to 3 more car payments. However, as soon as that car payment is paid off, because you haven't had a strategy put in place, before you know it, that's not extra money that you get to save. Now you're also relying on that car payment money. You're relying on the money from your raise before you even get the raise. You've even already started to spend that. But can I tell you, the raise that we got isn't even a real raise. Let me explain why. Because the moment you got that raise, inflation shot up from 3% to over 7%, to right around 11%. So that's why you didn't see the increase in your paycheck, because everything else went up. Your utilities bill went up. Food went up. Did you notice that the price of eggs, when you used to get 2 cartons, you can only get 1 carton? The price of gas increased. So with all these things around you increasing, there's no reason why we wouldn't notice that. That is the reason that we would notice that our income didn't necessarily increase in the manner in which it would affect us drastically for us to see an influx of cash flow. And so what we do is we look and we analyze. We put systems in place. We also put processes in place. We understand when you lose a loved one. One of the major things we do is have retail therapy. Well, let's talk about that for a second. Retail therapy does the body really, really good. It does the mind and the soul. It even helps you heal quicker. But the problem with that, without the proper process, you can spend all the inheritance in a matter of 30 days. We see it all the time. We see people, number one reason, have you ever noticed that someone can hit the lottery and it doesn't make them a millionaire? It makes them someone with a lump sum of money that eventually isn't there anymore. And that eventually doesn't take long, 30 to 60 days. This is why they say that you can take a millionaire, take all his money, and he'll become a millionaire again. It's also why we say you can take a broke person, give them $1 million, and they will be broke again. See, the rich keeps getting richer and the poor keep staying right where they are because of the lack of knowledge. And I read in a great book that people perish from the lack of knowledge. So where are you going to get this knowledge from? What do you have in place that's going to allow you to understand the terms and the conditions that you get to live on? So going back to the C is we're going to give you the clear and concise blueprint that you would need to upgrade in life and in business. Now let's talk about the process. Let's talk about the programs. The very first thing we got to talk about is your mindset. Where did it develop? And is it still serving you? I find that many of us hover on the very things that we've been taught as an adolescent because our parents were good leaders, our parents were good teachers, and they actually were good disciplinarians as well, right? So when we didn't do some of the things that they say that we should do, we didn't always get the results that we wanted to get, which is the very reasons that we decide to move out and do things on our own terms. But some of the things that they taught us, we should hold on to. Now, there are certain things that we shouldn't because they only could teach us what they knew and times have changed. But what I'm noticing in our communities, we weren't all taught how to save. We were just told to save. What we want to do at All New Beginning is to teach you how to save, where to save, and most importantly, how to utilize your savings so that one day you'll be able to live off of that. We have a saying here that if you take care of your money, then one day your money will take care of you. But how many of you really know how to take care of your money? See, in our communities, we're consumers. We make it and we spend it, and it doesn't return. But one of the things that the elite has been doing is they utilize the money within their own communities, within their own network, so that that money circulates right back into them. So what I would like to tell you is about a story. I was selected to be a keynote speaker, and through that, and what I had been taught to do is that I would go and get a new outfit. Now, I know if you ever see me on here, I put it on, right? But at the end of the day, what I realized is that at one point in time, this was money wasted because oftentimes I would buy a new outfit. I would only wear it once or maybe twice, and then I would never wear it again. But look at the amount of money that I've actually spent on that outfit, especially the pair of shoes. But can I tell you what the elite does? The elite does not spend money on a 1 or 2 time outfit. The elite spends their quality of money on their everyday outfit. So they may buy a name brand pair of shoes, such as Gucci, such as Prada, but then they'll get those shoes resurfaced. They'll also get the heels. They'll put taps on those shoes when they're ran down. They'll get them reconditioned. And they'll continue to wear those shoes for a year, sometimes 24 months, sometimes 36 to 60 months. They'll still wear those same pair of shoes because they're taking care of those shoes because those shoes are good quality. And then you'll see them with some inexpensive shoes on for the one-time event. Now tell me many of us have not been doing that one thing the opposite way. How many of you were like me where you were going and spending your money? And maybe y'all won't admit it like I am. You were spending on something of a quality for a one-time event. And don't let you see someone else in that same outfit. Then we say, oh, we're not even going to wear it again. Now, how much sense does it make? You spent the money to buy it, and now you're not going to wear it again because you saw somebody else in it. But these are the types of subconscious mindset in our process. And this is where we have to be revamped. And we just needed someone to have that intellectual conversation with us so that we can identify this and then switch it. Now, I'm going to take this time to talk about resources. Resources is when you're working with someone of a network. Even right now with the Black Business Network, who are you networking with? Who are you communicating? Who are you talking to so that you can change your environment? Because many of us are the products of our environment, but is that the environment we want to keep on going? Is that the legacy that we want to leave? See, oftentimes in our community, we work very hard to get to a certain level. But because we're worked hard to get to that level, we also did not put in certain resources that will allow that level to keep on functioning long after we go, which means we would have a legacy. So what we would like to do is to look at what processes, what procedures do you have in place that's going to allow you the resources, which oftentimes the elite use words like endowments. When have we taken the time to even research an endowment, to know what an endowment is, to know, or a trust? And we hear people talk about trust accounts and these type of things, but you got to have something to put in the trust. Why would you spend the money to have a trust, but yet you don't have any real assets? So be careful to the things that you're hearing and the people that you're talking to, definitely the people that you're listening to on these social media platforms, because some processes you're not ready for. It doesn't mean you won't get ready, but there are certain steps that you need to take to get there, especially if you want asset protection. But to get asset protection, we got to start out with making the money to buy the assets. You would have over $500,000 to $1 million to even have an asset, right? So those are the types of things that at All New Beginners we can help you identify. Most importantly, we can also help you implement to acquire these types of things. But it starts out with a dream. And this is why they call me the Dream to Reality Coach. What dream do you have? What dream have you had, but yet you have not implemented yet? And do you know how to implement it? Because what I'm going to tell you is before I knew it, I had 3 children. I was a divorcee. I was $75,000 in debt, and I was ready to commit suicide. And that was because I had lost my first son. I'm divorced. And I just was at a crossroad. I didn't know what was the next step. But a friend of mine sat me down and showed me a system that I have now helped thousands of other individuals implement, where we can look at where you are and help you go to where you want to get to. Because it's not just about the destiny, but it is definitely about enjoying the journey as you're on your way to the destiny. And that's what living your dream life is all about. If you are currently not driving the dream car that you want to, and you don't have the garage that you can drive the dream car up to, which means you be living in your dream house. And as you drive your dream car and park it in your dream house, are you able to take your dream vacations? Have you been able to visit, stay for days and weeks at a time at places that you only once saw in a magazine? Because if you're not able to do that, then that means that you're having the opposite of success. Now, some will have a controversy of what is success. And sometimes we immediately think the word failure is the opposite of success. But can I tell you that failure is not the opposite of success? The opposite of success is settling. And it's settling for where you are right now. So in my research, I realized that most people settle for the lack of finance. We automatically count ourselves out because we're not making ends meet. But can I tell you, all it takes is one person. All it takes is one connection. All it takes is one introduction, and your whole life could be changed. A blink of an eye can change your whole financial trajectory. A blink of an eye can change your whole zip code, your area code, and most importantly, your legacy. So what can you implement right now? Who can you talk to? What can you do? How can you shift from where you are to where you want to be? This is the very reason why I wrote this book. And I want to introduce this book. We're going to be having a book launch soon. But I wrote The Ultimate Upgrade in Life and Business because I realized that the average person don't know how to upgrade. They settle for where they are. Your life is like a deck of cards. There's 4 aces. And after you pluck over the first 10 cards, most of us fold up like a lawn chair. We will not pursue and keep on going. But if you flipped over the first 2 cards and you found an ace, that's the encouragement that most people need to keep on flipping. But what if you flipped over all 50 cards? Well, I'm going to say about 48, right? Because we need at least 4 to have the 4 aces, right? But what if you had flipped over 40 cards and you hadn't seen now 1 ace? This is where most people won't pursue the very things that they want out of life. But the people that you see, your Elon Musk, these type of people, do you think that he made an electric car off of his first go, the second, the third, the fifth? How long do you think it took him to have success? And he didn't just have it in one attribute. He has several that was out of the norm. What about Jobs, Steve Jobs, and the phone? Remember back in the day, we had rotary phones, and many of us like, okay, Tanya, you're dating me. Right, absolutely. We had beepers, and you had to run to a payphone. Some of you don't even know what a payphone is. These are the things that was once someone's dream, and now it's that person's reality. So what I want to tell you is that you got this. What I want to show you is that you can live your dream life. You can get it going again, but you have to decide to do it. You have to decide that you want it. No one can make that decision for you. But once you've decided that, we can definitely help you with the processes. We can definitely help you with the vision. We can definitely help you with the mission. And we can help you implement the roadmap. See, my success and my failures are your roadmap. It's your GPS for your success. See, everybody had a coach. Who's your money mentor? Who's your coach? Even Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, NBA famous players, they had 2 coaches. They had a coach that was their full-time coach, and then they had their personal coach. Tiger Woods, famous golfer, he had a personal coach. Serena Williams and Venus, they had personal coaches. Yours truly, I've had several coaches. So who is mentoring you? Who is showing you the roadmap, telling you what to do, when to do it, why not to do it, and which hurdle you can go over? See, a coach will be your biggest cheerleader. This is why it's important to have a coach. This is why some of us have multiple coaches and a mentor. There's a difference between having a coach, a consultant, and a mentor. Each one serves as a different purposes. Just like having a financial advisor and a CPA, there's different purposes. And then on top of that, each person has their own specialty. So sometimes you might need 2 to be able to get the very results that you want, because one may feed the right side of your brain and the other one may feed the left side of your brain. But the bottom line is you need both sides of your brains being fed. When are you going to seek out the person that can help you? Here, I would like to give you a free resource, a free tip. Because I feel like if I give you some questions to ask, I feel like if you were able to partner with someone that believed in you, someone that trusts you, because what we're seeing is that most people don't have a support system. Instead, you go and you tell your goals and your dreams to someone that has a turtle mentality. When you have a giraffe mentality, and I know you may say, Antonia, what's the difference? What's the difference? Well, in my closing, I'm going to give you the difference. A giraffe can see things from a higher level. A giraffe will cut off its oxygen if it lowers its neck down to a turtle's vision. Now, I don't hinder the turtle, but the turtle can only raise its little head, but so high. So many of you are going to tell your dream life to a turtle, and you want to know why you're not accomplishing it. It's because you're not in the right environment. You're not talking to the right people, and you don't have the right people in your circle. Do you realize it only takes one person to damage your mindset? It only takes one person to damage your relationship with others. It only takes one person to prevent your business from getting up off the ground and you building it and developing it to the level you want it to be. It only takes one person. So who are you going to partner with? Who are you going to allow to coach you? Who are you going to let help give you a strategy? I'm going to offer the all new beginnings to you, because we do understand that people are at different walks of life. We do understand that people are at different times of their life. Maybe you've already mastered your career, but yet you have not mastered your money. Maybe you are just leaving a divorce. Maybe you're just getting married. Maybe you are just going off to college, or maybe you just graduated college. No matter what walk of life you're in, at each stage, there's a different time to analyze your money. There's a different time to look at what's going out and what's coming in. We would like to help you make those transitions. Maybe you're just transitioning from being in business and working a 9-to-5, and now you're ready to transition totally to being in business for yourself. Well, we can help you with that transition. There's certain benefits that you have to implement yourself. There's certain connections that you want to make sure that you do before you go full time in your business ownership, because making one wrong move can cost you 20 to 40% of all the money that you've been saving. Do you know it only takes one decision? We're all one decision away from a train wreck. And this is why it's important to have the right people in life at the right time. Don't keep living your life below your means. Your dream life is waiting for you. Your dream life is on layaway. And I'm urging you and encouraging you to take your dream life off of layaway. So I would like to give you a free gift today. One of the free gifts that I like to give away is just how to have a success vision. And what I need you to do is go to www.tanyatysfreegift.com. Again, that's www.tanyatysfreegift.com. Download your free gift. That will at least get you started with living your dream life. And then I ask you to book your free breakthrough call so that we can help you analyze where you are and where you're going, and then give you a GPS, give you a roadmap to the life that you want to live, that dream life. Are you ready? Have you decided? What dream car would you be driving? I want you to take a moment and I want you to close your eyes. Hopefully you're not driving. Hopefully you're sitting at this broadcast somewhere that you could just take a moment and close your eyes. And I want you to think about, what car would you be driving? I want you to think about, what house would you be living in? What clothes would you be wearing? And most importantly, what places and countries and cities would you visit?
Dr. Tanya T. Wise, thank you so much. That is incredibly informative and powerful. Can you please let us know when you first realized that you were good with money, and how did you know?
So I first realized I was good with money when I went through college and didn't have any student loan debt. I had no grants, no loans, and I was originally a high school dropout, and I went back to school, put myself through night school, then put myself through college, and today I have my doctorates.
Wow. And what was your undergraduate major?
Well, my undergrad was in finance and accounting, and then my doctorate is in entrepreneurship and business.
Wow. And you had 3 children.
And I had 3 children, and I took care of my nephew as well. So I raised 6 children, but I had 3 biological.
Wow. And this was all working just your regular job, or saving, or combination of saving and working overtime? What was the method, if you could just share a little bit?
Absolutely. So I've always been an entrepreneur. I've been a serial entrepreneur since teenage. And so I've always worked a full-time job and had businesses. I've done dump trucks, tow trucks, assistant livings, hair salons, nail tech, med tech, eyelash infusionist, medical billing, notary, real estate. I've done all those things until I figured out what exactly was my niche, what it was that I felt like that I wanted to do, and that I would do it whether someone paid me or not.
Wow. Now, for those of us who are parents, and you have this very special skill, were you able to pass that inheritance of this is how you make money to your children? Were you able to teach them what you knew in a way that they would grasp it and be able to run with it?
So, Ursula, I will be totally transparent with you. The reason that I even started All New Beginning was because of my children. They saw how hard I worked, and they didn't want anything to do with it. Right. And so because of that, when I lost my son a few years ago. He was 27 years old. I realized at that very moment when I became emotionally unemployable, I could have lost everything, right? My children wanted to do nothing with any of the businesses. So most entrepreneurs, we work very hard to build a business. We lose time with our family, our children, as well as things that we want to do in life, right? But what happens when you die? If your children don't want to have anything to do with it, that business died right with you. And so that's one of the strategies that I sit down with people to think about. What happens if you don't wake up tomorrow? Do you still get to leave a legacy? Is your business still going to be booming and going? Or the moment you get sick, what if you're still here and you're just sick?
Right.
Because COVID was real.
Right. Yes,
some people got COVID and was hospitalized. A lot of businesses had to shut down and close to never be reopened because we don't have a backup plan. We don't have a backup strategy. And so the answer to your question is they followed part of the process. They followed having a good job. They even followed me into getting accounting degrees. One is a controller of a very prominent business. The other one is working for the federal government. So they followed that process into accounting and business, but they didn't find the entrepreneurship. And they don't realize that's where it really is.
Gotcha. Now during COVID, how did you pivot to keep things going and flowing during COVID? Because I know that must have been a challenge.
Well, honestly, I doubled my income during COVID.
Okay.
So I always like to tell people that one person's problem is another person's opportunity, right? If we had a flat tire, well, that's an opportunity for a tow truck driver. Mm-hmm. And so because I'm a proactive type of coach and I'm able, thank goodness, one of my gifts is foresight and being able to see beyond what we got going on today, I was able to be on Zoom and doing those things before Zoom was a thing. Mm-hmm. And so Zoom helped my business even more because now other people knew about Zoom. Prior to that, they didn't know about Zoom when I was doing Zoom. So they was a little leery about certain things. So that just helped me elevate my business even more so that now we have a hybrid business. I could do things in person, but I do 90% on Zoom. So it allowed me, we were able to stay in business and double our income through that time.
Great. Now, so you're also active on social media.
I am very active on social media, but everything that I've done has been more organic. I am just really getting into utilizing social media for my business. I've done everything more or less hand to hand, word of mouth, referrals. And now I will, in 2024, I will be utilizing, and I'm going to say in the next 6 months, I'll be using a lot of social media more. I'm very active on social media. I believe that that's part of the problem. We want everything to be overnight. We want that immediate gratification. However, with social media, it doesn't happen like that. So you need to be on social media and start getting noticed before you start to really utilize that for your business. A lot of people try to do it the opposite way. But if you do it organically and you do it behind the scenes, then it helps you put your platform on social media, because what happens if social media close down?
Yeah. You're right about that. Now, you know what? Since we have you here, please let us know how we can get in touch with you and follow you on social media and your website.
Absolutely. So I love for everyone to follow me on all social media platforms, whether you're on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter. You can find me as Dr. Tanya T. Wise. As far as contacting me, because I like I said, what happens if social media go down on the platforms? Because we remember back in the day with some other platforms that are no longer here, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm even on TikTok, okay? Uh-huh. So I do a little dance this. You can see my personality there, right? But then also you can contact me if you want to make additional income, because you need to make ends meet. You can type the word income to 202-519-9996. Or if you just want to plan, you're ready to sit down and you want to get a free plan, a strategy put together, you can type the word plan to the same number, 202-519-9996.
Okay, and one more question. Is that Dr. Tanya T. Wise, or is it Dr. spelled out completely? Because we want them to get directly to you.
I thank you for that question. It is Dr. There is no dot on most of the times. They only let you have one, and I normally have the dot with the Tanya, but it's just Dr. and then it's Tanya, Tonyat, and then Wise.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Tanya T. Wise. You are truly amazing. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Whew. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use Cash App, the Cash App that's on the screen below, and say $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2023, NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche's Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malane Shanae Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
Hi, my name is Annette Bentley Smith, and my geniuses are writing, becoming an inventor, and solopreneur. I self-published 14 children's books, as well as invent.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
How
many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be leaving, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
one of the things that people always ask me is, what is art? And I say art is something that someone creates from nothing, and it's their inner feelings in terms of how they feel. And it's something that should not be judged and cannot be judged by anyone other than that person that did the particular piece of work. Any work that's created in that manner, to me, is art. When you ask me about abstract expressionism, I say abstract expressionism is a form of art that merges abstract and expressionist art together. And that's one of the things that I've tried to do in my work in terms of the journey to the actual painting. When you begin to look at my work, one of the things that I want you to recognize and look for is, what do the bold lines do? My favorite colors are black and brown and white. And you'll see in my work that you'll see that black, you'll see that brown, and of course you'll see that white. The white to give the joy of highlighting the piece, and then of course the black to define and give you the boldness and the strength in the piece. When you begin to analyze the colors that I utilize, I always use colors to kind of give you a tone or an emotion about the piece. So the different kinds of colors that you will see in this particular show are going to be the colors that are going to be bringing forth an idea. One of the things that we did on this DVD of this show was we're online, and you can go to my website at www.kellyworldwide.com, or you can email me at erickelly45@gmail. But we went online and we had people to tune into the show and ask them what colors would they like for me to use. And of course, the colors that they asked for, we utilized those colors. Those colors were red, orange, green, and white. And we added an additional color of blue and gold. And that's what you're going to get on this particular piece. We had a survey of people that they wanted me to paint, and everybody came back with the Beyoncés, the Barack Obamas, the stars of the now. And what we chose was Beyonce. So that's the piece that we're doing. We hope that you enjoy the artwork that we have created. And in this DVD, you also will see other pieces that I've created, and hopefully that you will enjoy this show. And if you're looking to have me to come to your gallery or to your museum, I can be contacted at 919-308-9090. And of course, as I always say, love without happiness, there's no peace of mind. My name is Eric Kelly III. I hope you enjoy the show, and I look forward to meeting you, and I hope you enjoy my work. When discussing abstract expressionist work, one of the things that I had to do was do some research. And that research led me to abstract expressionism. Figurative drawing is a part of what I do. I use parody and I use satire when I do my pieces. And so what I did was I joined those four pieces together. A lot of times people ask me, how did I discover abstract expressionist artwork? When I say I didn't discover it, it's something that's been here all the time. I just have taken it and expanded on it to make it an art form that I utilize for my subject matter through my journey. When I was 4 years old, my grandmother gave me a pencil. We were sitting in church. I think she thought I just was going to scribble, but I began to draw the choir. Later on, as I matured, she said that picture that I drew, the first one that I drew, looked like people in the choir. And so with that thought, I kept drawing. Drew through junior high school, created some nice pieces that won some awards, and continued to draw. But drawing and painting was not my focus. My focus was education and history. History was something that I really enjoyed, and I pressed forward to be a history major. I wanted to be a history major in college, as a matter of fact. But when I got to high school, I was going through high school, and three of my teachers saw me one day, and one of the teachers was my art teacher during my senior year, Mrs. Dowd. And Mrs. Dowd said that I need to talk to you. And I didn't know what she was talking about. And she took me into the teacher's lounge. And in those days, going into the teacher's lounge was major. And so while in the teacher's lounge, Miss Corbett joined her, and Miss Cousins, my history teacher, and my English teacher. And they sat me down and they said, well, you're not going to graduate. Knowing me the kind of guy I was, I wanted to graduate. And they said, well, the only way you're going to graduate is you're going to have to draw more, because Ms. Dowd tells us that you come in class, you have a good time with all the students, and then you draw or do the project better than anybody in the class the last day when the project is due. And so she's interested in you doing more art. And so I took the challenge that year, my senior year, 1975, and I drew every night before I went to bed. I drew Macbeth, I drew the Greeks, the Romans, I drew all of the stories that we studied. And for Mrs. Cousins, who was a Black history teacher, I drew about the transatlantic slave trade. I drew about slavery. I drew about the Reconstruction. I drew about Martin Luther King's and the Malcolm X's and all of the great people, the Carter G. Woodsons, the Benjamin Bannekers. And I kept drawing for those three teachers. And at the end of the year, the Durham Leaks came to school and gave me an award. And I was surprised because I thought that the Durham Leaks was going to give that award to someone else. I had so much work. I had enough work to fill the hallways. And once I looked at my work, I thought about where would I go to school. And because of the Durham Leaks and all of the attention I got letters from a lot of schools. And I researched the schools and I decided I wanted to go to North Carolina Central University. And the reason to go to North Carolina Central University at that time, they were the #2 school in African American art, which means that most of their teachers had books in the library. You could go and you could read and you could study. And I studied with Mason and Pendergrass and Carlisle, some of the great ones. Had a chance to meet Willie Nash and also see some of the great works of Ernie Barnes. So as I continued to do my work, one of the things that I tried not to do was be a copy of any other artist. And incidentally, I was taken on a field trip at North Carolina Central University after they gave me an art scholarship, of course. And we were at a museum, and I saw a gentleman's work, and his name was Charles White. And for the first time, I saw some work that looked like my work. I was so amazed. And when I saw the work, a bug clicked in my head to say that no one's art is anybody's personal art. All of it is expression, no matter who's drawing. And from that moment on, I began to draw expressionistic art. And that expressionistic art began to come off of the board of my canvas, because I always wanted the canvas to kind of give you more of a imaginary piece of my art. I didn't want to put everything right into those four borders. I wanted to put things so that you would imagine things. And so the abstract piece of my work was to elongate pieces, to make you say, okay, the eye is too big, the head, the forehead is a little too big, the nose is a little big. And those are the kinds of things that I began to do with my work. And once I got out of college, a lot of the galleries were saying that my work was abstract and expressionist. And so with them saying those kinds of things, it became a word of my work is abstract expressionist. And that's what it's been for the past 50 years. The art scene in Durham, North Carolina is a very interesting scene in Durham. You have the Arts Council who takes the time out and have local artists to do pieces there. Then you have several galleries downtown Durham, and those galleries are doing pretty well. Newly, we have 21C Museum, which is a museum that's a 24-hour museum that displays works from international artists and artists around the world. And one of the unique things about the 21C Gallery, 21C Museum, is that they put only artists on who are living artists. So that's one of the key things, and I think that's one of the great things, because a lot of your museums have artists who were passed on, or ancestors who were passed on, as opposed to artists who are living now. If you ask me where I would like to have my work, I would like to have my work in several different museums around the country. That's what we're working on as we look at this particular show, as you deal with the art tours that I have been doing in the past 10 years. Well, the art scene has changed immensely. You know, you don't see a lot of, I would say, African American one-man show. I think somewhere along the line, people began to believe that African Americans only did one or two paintings. And if you look at some of the African Americans who are artists, it's a life goal. It's not a one painting or a two painting. So I think that's one of the differences. When Willie Nash was alive, he was an artist that Durham revered, but we never saw him in the museums as much. Then there are several other artists who live in this beautiful city who I think should have one-man shows, because they have a tremendous amount of work. The other changes are the galleries. The galleries, they're more fine art oriented than a gallery where you have an artist in residence that's painting, and then he's putting his work into a particular gallery, and people are buying those particular works. And I would think that those are some of the changes in the art scene. If you ask me what I'd like to see, I'd like to see the museums to take a little bit more interest in some of the African American art in the city of Durham. Not to say that they don't take any interest at all, I just said more. Then there's the Nasher Museum on Duke's campus, which is an outstanding museum, and a museum that people in the city of Durham is one that I would suggest that you go to, because they're so diverse. One of the things that you, as an artist, you'll get from time to time is people to commission you to do pieces of artwork. And I was commissioned to do North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company. It's iconic building here in the city of Durham, North Carolina. And while I was commissioned to do that particular piece of work, I had the idea to do Parish Street along with the North Carolina Mutual Tower, because North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company started on Parish Street on the same side where Woolworth store was. Yes, Woolworth, the same store that had a sit-in here in Durham, North Carolina, that people don't talk about, but Woolworth had a sit-in doing segregation. And across the street, North Carolina Mutual moved into the now Mechanics and Farmers Bank building, and that was the last place they were until they moved to Chapel Hill Street and build the 12-story tower there. And so what I did was a piece called Black Wall Street. Durham's great history of black businesses began on Parish Street. Parish Street used to be a mecca for black businesses up and down Parish Street. And so the insurance companies, the banks, the community savings banks, and a lot of lawyers had their businesses on Parish Street. As a matter of fact, my advertising agency was on Parish Street on the second floor there. And so I drew a picture of Parish Street denoting North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company, places where they began and subsequently places they went to, and then to the big tower. And if you were to stand on Parish Street today and look straight ahead, and if the 21C building wasn't there, then you would see all three places where North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company was. And I want to say that it was probably a very joyous piece that I was drawing. Now, one of the things that I did try not to do was make it an architectural rendering of the building. And that's one of the things that I talk about when I talk about my art. I don't like to be defined into lines. I like to be a little left to lines, a little right to lines. I believe that if we're going to be defined into lines, we might as well take a picture and hang that picture up. So the Black Wall Street piece is a perspective piece that's done in abstract expressionistic format. What I look for is a piece that exudes a feeling, that exudes an emotion. And then I take that piece and I try to stretch that piece from just that emotion into something that's going to say something to the audience. There were thousands of pictures that I could pick from when I picked the Beyonce picture. And I look for a picture that will give us that feeling that this is her on the inside, not her on the outside. And what would that give to a person? How would you feel about this piece when you see it? And again, I wanted to put lights in there. I wanted to put bold lines in there. And I wanted her to kind of dominate you. And that's how I chose that particular piece. But most of the pieces that I choose the very same way. I look for some eyes that capture me, or I look for a nose that captures me, or I look for what I would call a feeling or an image that gives me a thought. And then I pull from that thought, and then I try to, once I start painting, I try to put that thought into color. And sometimes it's one of those things where I sit back and I look at the work, and I'll stand away from it and I'll look at the work, and I'll see, is it saying what I would like for it to say? And then I ask myself, is it saying what I want my audience to believe? And that's how I pick my work. Sometimes you can overdo a piece. What I do is I paint and I paint and I paint until I feel like I've painted too much. And when I say painted too much, it's that point where I've gotten out of that piece what I want to say. And I can add different lines, or I can take different lines out, but does this particular piece say what I want it to say? And once it's saying what I wanted to say, then that's when I end. Sometimes people ask me, how long does it take? I don't know. I can't put a time on the end. I can put a time on the beginning. And that's one of the things that I try to do each and every day, is to begin a piece of artwork. Colors influence emotions by the type of color that you use. If you're going to use a red is anger. If you're going to use a subtle blue, that's calmness. If you're going to use a green, that's earthy. And so if you're going to use a yellow, that's bright and that's sunshine. If you're going to use an orange, that orange is not bright and sunshine, but the next emotion to it. Then your pinks and your blues, to me, denote another emotion. And so when I pick a color, I pick that color from the picture that I'm drawing from. If someone gives me a picture and it's a picture of somebody in anger, I right away use the browns, the reds, the green, the dark green, and to give that feeling from that particular piece. If somebody gives me a piece, or if I select a piece that's saying I'm happy or I'm serious, then I try to use those colors that give you the hues and tones that are going to make you say, okay, this person is happy, or this person is nonchalant. And so that's how I choose the colors. And the most important part of what I do is I utilize white for highlights, and I utilize black for the darkness and the boldness and the strength of the piece, and to pull the piece all the way together so that there are some levels of boundaries. But as I said earlier, I like for the boundaries to be non-existent. The biggest challenge for the Beyonce piece was to make sure that the lights in her eyes were right, and to make sure that her smile was right. When you're drawing a piece of art, there are certain things that you want to do. One is you want to create a piece that people can enjoy, and then you want to do a piece that grasps the imagination of the people that's looking at it. And in the Beyonce piece, one of the things that was a challenge for me was to ensure that I didn't make her too happy, and that I didn't put too many lights in her face. As I always say, if you put the right lights in the face of a piece of artwork, that piece of artwork will look like the person that you're drawing.
Art to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there's an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors in my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits. This is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combined both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer, brilliant, ambitious, motivated, awesome. Obama. I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things, and then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces its community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
you guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely. And this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
To celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. Hey, thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Design is human. It's about people. It's about life. We've designed everything around us since the beginning of time. The things that we see, the things that we hear, experience, and feel. And in this evolving digital frontier that we are calling the metaverse, there are opportunities to do things that we never thought were even possible. But with innovation comes responsibility, and there will be many challenges that we must face and overcome together. I've often wondered, how do we create balance between humanity, technology, and the environment in a world that is already constructed? It's as though we are designing against the grain. This is something that many of us are trying to figure out at this technological tipping point. I personally have spent countless hours of my life, especially in the last few years, really thinking about this, thinking about how to create amazing, innovative, and artistic, immersive experiences using technology, but while still doing our part in this world to protect our people and to protect the environment. And what I've realized is that collective thinking around design
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
You see the career opportunity. You feel it's yours. After all, you're well qualified, but you don't apply. You feel stuck and can't move forward in your career. I've learned as a 10-year career strategist, we must learn how to show up. To show up, we will rise up. We have an amazing resource on this planet. A resource with tremendous potential. That resource is us, women. Far too many of us, when we want to rise up and advance in our careers, we hit an invisible barrier. It's called the glass ceiling. And when we do make it through the glass ceiling, chances are we're more closely scrutinized than men. As women, we face more barriers to promotions in many organizations. However, I've discovered The biggest barrier, believe it or not, is ourselves. As women, we often hold ourselves back. We are not rising up and tapping into our full potential for three reasons. The first is a lack of confidence in our abilities. As women, we hold ourselves back when we make career decisions based on what if. We listen to that little voice in our heads that says, what if I'm not good enough? What if I don't have what it takes? What if I fail? An article in the Harvard Business Review says, men will apply for a position when they meet only 60% of the requirements. Good for them. But what do? We will only apply if we feel we can meet 100% of the requirements. Instead of moving forward with confidence, we hold back. We let fear and doubt take over, even though we know we're well qualified. And the second reason is a lack of assertiveness. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? When we join a meeting, we often sit in the back or to the side. When we could assert ourselves, we don't. We shrink back. We let others interrupt us or say nothing when other people take our ideas. When we do speak up, we express ourselves with uncertainty, saying things such as, I'm not sure if this is relevant. I don't know if this is helpful. This may not be a good idea, but when you and I use words and phrases like these, we undermine our credibility. And the third reason, we don't build a support network. My friend, Kim, applied for a position. Her female supervisor felt she was more than qualified. But the supervisor would not give Kim a recommendation. The supervisor felt it would look too much like favoritism. To me, this just looked like one woman who would not reach back and help another woman. If we want to rise up, we must learn to support each other. We need to show up to rise up. Showing up means taking responsibility for your own career path. It was 2005, and I had a comfortable job as an analyst working for the U.S. government, but I wanted more. A supervisor's position opened up, and I submitted my application. I tried to find out as much as I could about who was applying, what were my chances. I discovered that two men were applying for the same position. I also discovered that neither of these men had the qualifications that I had. But I was optimistic because one of the women on the interview panel told me that she would support me. So I walked into that interview room well prepared. I answered all their questions. I aced that interview. 3 days later, I was told I wasn't selected. Not only did they select the least qualified one, they selected someone who didn't even belong to the organization. I was shocked. I was hurt. I was angry. I thought, how could this be? It was like a slap in my face. I deserved that job. I thought, maybe I should just look for a job somewhere else. But I was in an exercise class, and it hit me. I'm not a quitter. I have never given up. I deserve this job. I'm good at what I do. At that moment, I realized that if I wanted to rise up, I needed to show up. We need to show up to rise up. Showing up means taking responsibility for your own career path. And then it happened. The man they hired quit. And the manager asked me, the more qualified one, to step into that position. I did. I showed up and I rose up in my career. Having worked with hundreds of women over the years, I know there are 3 steps we need to take to show up. The first is to build confidence. The second is to be assertive. The third is to build a support network. When we follow this 3-step process, we will show up to rise up. When we rise up and tap into our full potential, as women, you and I will contribute more to our organizations, more to our families, and more to our communities. When we show up to rise up, everyone wins.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Eartha Watts Hicks. I'm an award-winning author, publisher, PR writer, and affiliate for blackpr.com. I am your business moderator this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis. Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis is president and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute, international TEDx speaker, international best-selling author, and creator of the online course, Crack the Career Code, Unlock the Amazing Power Within to Lead with Confidence, Charisma, and Credibility. She is one of the hosts of the Successful Women radio TV show, career strategist, trainer, speaker, and business consultant. She has received numerous awards for her work, such as the Joe Mann's Black Wall Street 2022 Award. She is on the 2022 Veteran Champions of the Year in Corporate America list, the VCOY corporate list honors 30 champions who advocate for our nation's veterans in the civilian workforce. She received the Acquisitions International 2022 Most Empowering Women's Success Coach Award, the Enterprising Woman of the Year, the Prince George's Chamber of Commerce Business Woman of the Year Award. She was selected by the Minority Enterprise Executive Council for the 50 Women of Power in Business Award. And these are just a few of the many accolades she's received. Her mission is to help women accelerate their path to success. I present to you Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis. Welcome.
Hello. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you. Ingenious' comment, and I will see you on the other side.
Okay, I thought you.
I'll say that one more time. Thank you again.
Well, you can ask me some questions if you like, because I thought, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, that's wonderful. You know what? I'll ask you some questions. Now, you have such an illustrious background. Where did you begin?
Wow. The beginning. It all started, to believe it or not, when I got laid off from my position with a position that I had, when I was very young. I was working for South Central Bell in New Orleans, and they decided, of course, that they needed to lay some people off. And I happened to be in that number of people that they were going to be laying off. Now, the thing about that, if you recall back then, they had to diversify because, they had, I guess, kind of a monopoly on the telephone company business. So that's why we have all these different telephone companies now because of that. But the thing that really shocked me, and I tell you that really changed my life, was the layoff, because I was laid off right after Christmas and right before New Year's. And I remember thinking, who in the world does that to a person, you know? And so when I got laid off, it was, like I said, it was such a shock that I needed to find out why. Why did this happen to me? And it wasn't because I thought I was so special. It was because I knew that it wasn't because of my work performance. And so I decided I was going to look into it to find out why, because I knew that there were people that was still there that came in after me and they were not laid off. So what I did was I contacted a friend of my mom's who had also worked for that company, but they were no longer there. They were with they were a high-powered executive with one of the hotels in New Orleans. So I called her and I asked her, you know, I told her the situation. I asked her if we could go to lunch and talk. And we did. And she asked me two questions when I, you know, explained everything to her. She said, did you have a mentor? I said, no. She said, did you have a sponsor? I said, no. She says, well, that was your problem right there. She said, because if you had had one or both of these in your, you know, in your life or in your career, she said they could have given you somewhat of a heads up, maybe to say, okay, this division here, they're going to be laying off X amount of people. And because you work in a division, you need to look into maybe moving over somewhere else into another, you know, trying to get into another part of the company. And that was definitely an eye opener for me. And I thought to myself, okay, so the next time when I did get another position in another organization, the first thing I did, of course, I got a mentor. And from there, that kind of changed the trajectory of my whole career, because what they say about mentors and having a sponsor, you know, that person that could speak up for you when you're not in the room, that is so true. And because of that, I was able to, you know, my career started moving along better than I had thought that it could. I mean, even when I was in the military, the same thing. I had mentors, and because of that, I was able to move and move and move. But then I also discovered that I had a lot of women coming to me when they started seeing that I was moving into these positions, moving continually, you know, getting promoted, continually being assigned these different positions. And so they wanted to know how. They wanted me to help them with their promotion package. They wanted me to help them to get through interviews. So we did mock interviews. I would do mock interviews with them. They even wanted me to mentor them. And when I saw how many women, that's why they always say you never know who's watching you. So you always have to make sure that you're doing what you need to do, or you're carrying yourself in a way that you need to that will make an impact on somebody else's life. And I did not realize that anyone was even noticing little old me, you know. But because of the amount of women that started coming to me, that is what caused me to start my own business, because I decided, well, why just help these few when I could try and help women on a larger scale? And that's what started my entire business, to be able to help women to, you know, progress in their careers. Women that thought, maybe I can't do this, or I'm not good enough for this, I don't have the skills for this, or what do you think I need to get here? Or even looking at a posting for a position and thinking, oh, well, I can do 1, 2, and 3, but I can't do 5, 6, and 7. And I'm like, apply for it anyway. Because one of the things that I also noticed in my entire career is that, and I say that in my TED talk, is that, you know, men will apply for a position when they have on this 60% of the requirements. But a woman will look at that same posting and she will say to herself, oh, I can't, like I said, I can't do, I can do 1, 2, and 3, but I can't do 4, 5, and 6. So she feels she has to have 100% of the requirements before she will apply for that same position that a man will apply for with only 6, knowing that he does not have all the requirements for it. And, so these are the things that made me start doing what I do, just being able to help women to help them to move forward. Like I said, help them to progress in any way that I could. That is my number one passion. Like I said, helping women to accelerate the path to success. That is my motto. Mm-hmm.
Now, why do you think women need to feel that we have 100% of the qualifications while men are okay with 60%?
Well, it all goes back to the fact that you hear when a woman walks into the conference room, where does she sit? In the back or to the side? Where do men go? They go up front, and it's all because they always feel like I'm not good enough. I don't have what it takes. What if they call on me and I answer the question wrong? And a lot of times I tell the women, especially the women that come to me, my clients, I often tell them, sometimes you just don't know what you know. And the thing about it is, I remember in my organization, I was assigned to go out and do the threat briefing for the entire organization. And I'm talking about the terrorist threat briefing. I used to have to go to different organizations and do that threat briefing. And a lot of times when I walked in the room, I might be the only one walking in that room that looked like me. Mm-hmm. So I knew going in that I was going to be challenged in some way. I knew that. But I also knew that I know what I know that I know that I know. And so I would be ready for that challenge. And it never failed. It always came. But the fact that they knew, my organization knew that I was good enough to go out and do that briefing, to the point that they let me brief the Attorney General, Eric Holder, when he came into office. I had to brief him. And I tell you what, that was an experience, because they told, we had to do a little mock rehearsal for it, because they told me, okay, when you walk in the room, he's going to sit over here, way down here at the table, and you'll be sitting like maybe halfway down the table. When he walked in that room, he looked over and he saw who was in there, and he saw that I would be doing the briefing. The man sat directly across from me.
Oh.
If that's not intimidation, I don't know what was. But you know what? I just sucked it in, and I said, you know what, Madeline? I said to myself, you got this. You know this information. Mm-hmm. And so I sat there and I gave that threat briefing. And believe it or not, when I left, because it was I had to go right across the street from my office was right across the street from where I had to go to brief him. Mm-hmm. And when I went back to my office and I walked in the door, everybody stood up and gave me a standing ovation. Ooh. They had called over and told my office how well I had done that briefing. And see, this is why I say, you don't know sometimes what you know. And women have a tendency to doubt themselves too much in situations. It's like, don't sit in the back, go up front. Because even if you don't know the answer to the question, you can always say, hey, well, I don't have the information on that, but I will find out for you and get back to you. You don't have to sit there and look like a deer that's caught in a headlight. You just know that you are valuable enough and you're worthy enough to be sitting in that seat. And that was the thought that I had when he sat across from me. I wouldn't be sitting here if they didn't think I knew, what I was supposed to do. And so that, I think, what women have to learn to have more confidence. And that's what I said. We have to learn to have more confidence, to be more assertive, and like I said, to build a support network, because these are the 3 important things that we need, that I think will help us not to be so fearful of when we get into a situation. We start, well, what if? start the what ifs. That's what starts playing around in your head. What if? What if I'm not good enough? You know, what if I don't have what it takes? You know, these are things that you should never ever bring into your mind, that negative self-doubt, self-limiting beliefs. These are things that I always try to get women past when we're doing our coaching.
Do you think those self-limiting beliefs come because we're challenged so often, even though we know what we know?
Well, in a way, yes. You know, when I did research, I interviewed 20 women in and around the Washington, D.C. area who were in executive positions. I wanted to find out how they got there, how they stayed there, the obstacles they face, you know, some of the challenges. And believe it or not, it was really, really interesting to hear some of the answers that I got from these women. And it's they doubt themselves a lot of times because they know that they're more closely scrutinized than their male counterparts that might be in that same position. And so because of that, that's why sometimes they feel like they can't pull another woman up behind them, because I had them to actually say to me, because I don't want it to look like I'm being biased toward women if I'm only helping women up. But you know what? Men don't have that problem. If they want to help another man up the ladder, they're going to do it. They don't care how many men they help up. They will pull that man up. As a matter of fact, they may pull the man up before they pull the female up. But we have a tendency not to do that because we always doubt ourselves. And like you said, those self-limiting beliefs, we always believe that if we do this, this will happen. If we do that, that will happen. If we say this, oh boy, we're going to be looked at as, you know, aggressive, or we're going to be looked at as some angry Black woman or something like that. So those are the things that you have to get past. And you have to, like I said, remember that you're supposed, if you have that knowledge, if you have the skills and the talents and abilities to be in that room, then never doubt that you're not supposed to be there. Because guess what? There are some that's sitting there right next to you that really shouldn't be there. And you have more, a lot of times more experience, you have the more skills, you have more knowledge than they do. But because you're sitting there looking around the room thinking you're to yourself, oh, wow, why am I sitting here? I don't know if I could do this. And that's when you start to take yourself out of the game. That is exactly what you're doing at that point. Mm-hmm.
So how do you help women go from that place of intimidation to being more assertive?
Well, for one thing, I always say, learn how to toot your own horn. Mm-hmm. If you know, like when you read off my background, the awards and different things like that, I don't have a problem telling people, yes, I did this. Yes, I did that. Yes, I created an online course. Yes, I've met so-and-so. Yes, I've been able to brief the Attorney General. I don't have a problem with that, you know, and I don't think it's bragging. It's letting them know that I had the skills and I had the knowledge to be able to do that. And I think when women understand that you are, you know, when you know, like I said, when you know that you have those skills, you know that you have the abilities, then you can do anything you set out to do. And one of the things that you definitely can't do is doubt yourself. So I try to walk them through a program where we start off first. We start first looking at their talents. We start off looking at their gifts. We start off looking at the things that they feel that they're good at. And then we look at those things that they think, oh, I can't do that. And it's always one of the things that I always get is that they don't like to speak in front of, you know, an audience, or they don't like to get up. And I said, well, you know what? You're going to have to get over that. And with that, I have no cut cards, because first of all, if you want to be a leader, if you want to be a CEO of a business, if you want to be an executive in an organization, guess what? You had better learn how to stand up in front of people and speak, you have to learn how to get over that, whatever it is. When you first walk up there, yeah, you're going to have that little tightness in your stomach, or again, you're going to maybe for a fleeting moment think to myself, oh my goodness, what have I gotten myself into here? But guess what? Then you say to yourself, but I'm supposed to be here.
Amen.
And because I'm supposed to be here, I'm going to give it my all, and I'm going to be excellent at what I do. So we that's what we do. We start with what it is that they are good at, what they know that they can do very well. And then we look at, as I said, what it is that may hinder them, may cause them to have that self-doubt. And whatever those things are the things we definitely focus on to try to get them past that. Because if we have to get you in a Toastmasters class so you can go, step by step, if you feel comfortable with that, going step by step to get to that point where you can stand up in front of someone and speak. Because definitely when you come through my coaching program, don't tell me you can't. I don't like speaking in front of people. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear. Come on now. But it's just working with them to get them past those things that would cause fear. And I'm not going to say that I never had it myself, because I did. But I was lucky enough to have, like I said, I was lucky enough to have mentors and people that saw things in me a lot of times that I did not see in myself. And that's what I try to do with these women. I try to show them, yes, you have that. I see it in you. And I know that you can do it. So come on here. Let's pull that out. Let's pull it out because it's there. So let's bring it out to the forefront. And that's what I try to do with the women that come, to my coaching programs.
Mm-hmm. Now, once these women are part of your coaching program, about how long, more or less, does it take them to get over this trepidation?
You know what? It is nothing like seeing a woman who has just come into her own, tapped into her full potential. And some may take a little longer than others. And I have I have 3 levels of coaching programs. So the first one is our silver level, and that's where they start off, and that's the one that's the shortest, where if you know that you just need to hone some skills, or maybe you're in your career right now and you're stuck and you just can't get over that hurdle no matter what you do, and you're just trying to find out, what am I doing that I need to do better, or what is it that I don't have that I need to get? That's the one where we start looking at those things, and that doesn't take them that long. We could probably go through that maybe within a month's time. But in the next coaching program is the silver level. Now that one could take you a little longer. That may take anywhere up to maybe 4 months or so. And then, of course, the last one is the platinum. The platinum may take you all the way from 6 months to a year. And that one, if that may be someone I really have to keep kind of nurturing. But you know what? It's okay, because I'm going to nurture you until you don't need to be nurtured anymore, until I can kick you out of the house and say, okay, now you're on your own. Go ahead on and do your thing. And that's just the way the program is set up. But so it doesn't matter where you are or how, when you ask me how long does it take, it depends on the person and how they actually feel about themselves. Because if you come to me with that, woe is me, I just don't know if I could do this, or I just don't know if I could do that, we're going to have to stop right there and start talking about attitude and changing the way you think, because that's definitely going to be a first. Yeah.
Now, it seems I see the women in your coaching program have such untapped potential. Where have you seen their growth lead them to?
Wow. I have had some that have gone on to be executives. I've also had some that have gone on to start their own businesses. And as I said, there's nothing better or more fulfilling than seeing something like that knowing that you've been a part of someone doing something great or doing something special. And when I especially when they send me something back, like a little comment or call me up and say, oh, guess what? I just got this promotion. I had one of my clients, and speaking of someone who didn't want to stand up in front of a group of people, when she came to me, that's the way she was. And so I told her that there was, they had asked her to put together, it was some kind of training that was going to be going on in her organization. And she was one of the people responsible for organizing everything and putting it together. So as she was talking to me about it and you know, we were discussing it, I asked her, I said, so where are you on the agenda? And she says, oh, well, I'm only supposed to be organizing it. I'm not on the agenda. I said, well, you're organizing it and you're going to put yourself on the agenda. And we are going to discuss and talk about and practice and rehearse what you're going to be talking about on that agenda. And trust me, believe it or not, she did. And she stepped out of her comfort zone. And she did. She spoke. And she said when she did, I guess she shocked so many people because a lot of, you know, her coworkers and they all knew that how intimidated she was about speaking in front of others. But one of the good things that happened to me is that I got a client from it, because when she told them she had worked with me, then they came to me too. But when she told me that she literally stood there and she did that presentation, and when she was asked questions, she said she just remembered some of the things that I told her, you know, that you know the answer to this. You've been doing this for X amount of years. How could you not know it? And that's the one thing I also tell women, that if you are going to be an expert in your field, you have to be an expert in your field. In other words, you have to do research. You have to stay up on what's going on in your industry. And if you know that you're doing these things, then you'll be okay. You'll be okay with the questions, you know. And she did it. And I was so excited for her. I didn't know what to do, but, you know, but that's just how I do it. I mean, I know there are other coaching programs that may not have that kind of hands-on and we're going to get this done kind of thing. But that's what I want to do, because if you just tell them what to do, that's not going to help them. You know, you have to be able to let them do it. But first of all, you have to help them to believe that they could do it, not make them believe it. Help them to believe that they can do it. And that's what I try to do.
Now, are you helping them virtually or in person, or a combination of both?
A combination of both. Before the pandemic, a lot of my training was in-person training. I used to travel a lot. I don't do as much of that, which I don't really want to. I traveled so much. Sometimes it tends to wear you out. So virtually now, I kind of love it. But every now and then I will do in person, depending on where and what it is. I'll do in person. So it kind of depends. But when we're doing my the group coachings that I have, those are usually virtual. I do those virtual. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And where are you located?
Well, I'm in Maryland. I am in Maryland. So, you know, but I work, like I said, I work with women, so they can be anywhere. And that's the good thing about being virtual. We can connect anywhere, you know, that they are. Yeah.
And who do you consider your ideal client?
Women. My ideal client, in all seriousness, are women who want to excel. Women who, as I said, sometimes they may come to me with I don't think I could do this, but they have to have something in them that says, I want to be able to move forward. I want to be a success. I do have it in me to be a success. So those are the women that I work with. Women who are professionals, women who want to excel, women who are ready to get it done. It doesn't matter who she is. It doesn't matter how old she is as far as the professional, as long as she has that professionalism and she wants to, succeed. Those are the women that I work with. And Sue. Wow.
Now
So
you have
I lost you there for a minute.
no, you have so much insight to share. Where can we get in touch with you, connect with you online, your website?
Well, again, as you know, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, and you can reach me on all the social media sites. I'm out there. Just put in my name. Make sure you put it in there's other Madeline Lewises out there. But also my email is info@exwsi.com. My website is www.exwsi.com. And if they go to my website, make sure to download my free 3-part video series on 3 things every woman should do to position herself for executive leadership.
Executive leadership. Thank you. That is amazing. And thank you so much. And thank you for just being an inspiration. You're incredible.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you for having me on the platform. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. My pleasure as well. And genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, you will.
Thank you. Wow, that was amazing. Amazing, amazing. This has been a day full of information and resources and such resourceful spirits here just sharing on how to grow your business. And it's amazing. Okay, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpo.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can also access the Cash App, which is on the bottom of the screen, $, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2023: NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Reshades Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Suppliers Development Council, STEP Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because Even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Holly Bird Miller, and I am the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. I have 27 years in sales, marketing, business development, branding, and brand strategy. So my genius is common. What got me into the love of branding and beauty is I love to allow our professional clients to look like the best version of themselves, to elevate their executive presence. So I've surrounded myself with a global team of videographers, photographers, hairstylists, makeup artists, wardrobe stylists, social media managers, and brand strategists to make sure that we are your one-stop branding agency. So I am so proud to be the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. My genius is common.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Did you know a typical passenger vehicle that has a fuel economy of about 22 miles per gallon and drives about
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize
You're muted. You're muted. Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely. And this is how you look to the world.
All right. Give me 1 second. My bad. Let me cancel this. 1 second. Good evening, business owners and entrepreneurs, thought leaders and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Lex Sales. I'm the business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. All right. All right. So our next speaker that's coming up is B. Jacqueline Jeter, recognized as the premier leadership expert. B. Jacqueline Jeter is a highly sought after keynote speaker, best-selling author, and transformational growth strategist. She's arguably one of the most empowering, entertaining voices in the motivational speaking today. Leveraging over 30 years of leadership and experience in the pharmaceutical industry, B. Jacqueline is on a mission to impact audiences and train organizations worldwide to identify, address, and eliminate leadership challenges associated with change, management, leadership, development, and team building. Her extensive leadership expertise has landed her on major corporate stages across the United States. Her exceptional skills have allowed her to deliver keynotes for some of the most prominent corporate organizations in the industry. B. Jacqueline is a compelling thought leader who champions the empowerment of women around the world, providing opportunities to build courage, confidence, and connection through workshops, resources, education, and coaching. In line with her passion for helping women succeed, B. Jacqueline founded Growth, Lead, and Prosper, a global personal and professional training and leadership development company focused on equipping women with the skills and strategies to conquer limited mindsets and to deter them from operating in their full purpose and full potential. Our speaker again is welcome Miss B. Jacqueline Jeter. Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you, Lex. Hi, everybody. My name is B. Jacqueline Jeter, and as he said, I'm a transformational growth strategist and mindset strategist. And I want to talk a little bit tonight about the entrepreneurial mindset and how it's a little different than if you're transitioning from corporate America, or if you've already transitioned to a particular job as an entrepreneur or a business owner, and the key things that'll keep you successful in that. But first, I want to ask you a question. Think about this. You've built your dream house, whether it's a mansion in the suburbs or whether it's a nice beach house or a chalet or a cabin in the woods. It's got everything that you want ever in it. The landscaping's perfect. It is to perfection. It is your dream house. And you wake up one morning or you come home one afternoon and it's gone. Not burned down or anything. It's just sunk in the ground. It's gone. How would that make you feel? You see, the reason it's probably collapsed is because the foundation that it sat upon was not sure. So what's the point of building your dream home when you don't have a good foundation? I live in an area here where there were a lot of trees behind me. It was beautiful forest. And then one day you heard, that familiar sound of big trucks. And I watched as they cut down every tree and they shredded it and they patted it into the ground and they dug that dirt up and they did this, they did that. And they kept doing that. And I asked the guy one day who I could, sat on my deck, and I asked the gentleman one day, I said, why do you keep doing that? I mean, you're moving dirt from one side to the other and you put it on this side, then you pat it down and you bring it back. And he goes, we're trying to get the ground ready to be able to receive the houses we're going to put back here, the foundations that we need to put back here to sit for the houses that are going to sit upon them. And the houses behind me are massive. So it had to be really, really ready and set. So when you build your dream home on a bad foundation, it's the same thing as building your business on a bad foundation. And the foundation for our lives is our mind, our mindsets. One of my mentors says that wherever you are today, your thoughts got you there first. So when you look at your business, when you look at your life, think about the thoughts that you've had about it. Think about the things that have gone in to make it successful. Even with a foundation, some settling occurs. I remember being in my home I'm in now and being here, and I live alone, and I thought I heard someone walk in, and I thought, what is that noise? And I was talking to a friend of mine. They're like, it's probably your house settling. but just make sure you look for those signs to see if there's anything wrong with the foundation. And those kind of signs were such things as like maybe a crack in the drywall, or maybe you put a pin on a desk and it rolls where wood shouldn't roll, or maybe you see some unevenness, or maybe a door doesn't just fully close. Those are indications there's maybe some things wrong with your foundation as it settles. And to have an entrepreneurial mindset, an entrepreneur is going to look at those things in their business to see where has their business start settling and where they need to do and come in and rectify some issues. So think about that. Your mindset is your foundation. You have to notice the signs when things go adrift. And it's not so much as it being dirt, it's the soil of our lives. Even the Bible tells us to renew our minds, right? So that's how powerful our mind is. It also tells us that as a man thinketh, so is he or woman. So whatever you're thinking, you become. So you have to have a strong mindset for entrepreneurial success. So that's why it's important to have a healthy mindset. The mind's a very powerful tool, and it ultimately determines you at who you are as a person. Also known as mindset, this thinking pattern or frame of mind that we have impacts how you make sense of the world as well as of yourself. How do you see yourself? So in other words, a mindset is a set of beliefs and thoughts which influence the way you handle any given situation. It pretty much dictates your personality, helping you to sort out what's going on around you and what you should do about it. Your life experiences and genetics also come together to frame your attitude and your beliefs. And since both have an important part to play in your mindset, it helps to know what these two factors are all about. So first off, your attitude is to something is how you feel about it, especially when it shows and how you behave. And so your attitude can have different components as well, such as emotional component or how makes you feel. But there's also that cognitive component, which is how what you think about the subject. And that's finally followed by the behavioral component, which shows how you behave when confronted by a subject. So our beliefs, think about this. Racism is a belief. If you've only been taught and that's been inundated in your mind throughout decades, centuries about someone else because they don't look like you or they don't act like you or they're not like you, that becomes inherent throughout the generation of your life. And that's how a lot of people behave when they haven't been exposed or when those beliefs have taken root in their minds that someone else is different from them and it's a bad thing. It leads to things like racism and discrimination and things like that. So you see how strong beliefs and the mindset are? Because beliefs are based on ideas, and when at a specific point, these ideas start to feel certain, they turn into beliefs. And beliefs in turn shape your attitude, which in turn shape your mindset. And attitudes and beliefs then give rise to habits, which are a direct reflection of your mindset. Think about traditions, old wives' tales. You've probably heard that before. There's a story told of a little girl, and she's in the kitchen, and it's Christmas time, and they're preparing Christmas dinner, and she's in the kitchen with her mother, her grandmother, and her great-grandmother. And she's helping do things, and then it's time for the big event, and that is preparing the ham to put the ham in the oven. So she watches her grandmother prepare the ham, and she asked her mother, she said, "Mommy, why does great Gigi, why does she cut off the ends of the ham?" And her mom says, "Oh, that's an old story. That's a tradition in our family. Go ask your grandmother. She knows all the elements of the story, and she can tell it better than I can. Go ask her. Because she told me what to do. So you go ask her, and she'll tell you exactly how she told me." So the little girl goes to her grandmother, and she says, "Gigi, why does great Gigi cut off the ends of the ham?" And she's like, "Oh, it's a tradition in our family. It's what we've always done. We've always done this. My mother did it. Great Gigi did it. And she sent it down to me, and I sent it down to your mother. And you're going to do this one day for your family. But if you want the full story, go ask my mom," which is her great Gigi. So she goes and says, "Great Gigi, why do you cut off the ends of the hams? Mom and Gigi told me it's a big story, and I want to hear it. I want to know what the tradition is." And her great Gigi has this puzzled look on her face and says, "Tradition? There is no tradition. I've always cut off the ends of my ham because my pan was never big enough. So I just kept doing it. So you see how beliefs and things we see and our experiences can shape our mindsets about something? The mind is a very powerful thing. And there are different types of mindsets, but the two key things I want to talk about as far as mindsets and how it links into entrepreneurial mindset and your success is a fixed mindset and a growth mindset. The growth mindset was coined by a Stanford professor named Carol Dweck, and she has a book called Mindset, The New Psychology of Success. It's a great book. I'd suggest you get it if you'd like to want to know more about mindset. But the growth mindset emphasizes the power of learning. So it focuses on strategies that make you better at acquiring new skills and knowledge. And so it's perhaps the best known in terms of mindsets. And so very briefly, a fixed mindset is a static view, rigid, it doesn't move, and it's where you believe that either you're good at something or you just aren't, and there's no way to change that. It's called fact or destiny. And on the other hand, a growth mindset, a learning mindset, is a dynamic view. And this mindset allows you to believe that you can change, improve, prosper, and get better at anything through the right training. And so it's very easy to look at our lives and see where that shows up. And then you just put this caveat there that you may have a growth mindset in one area, but a fixed mindset somewhere else. So the key and the drive and the destination is to really to have a growth mindset holistically, so you can be holistically successful. Excuse me. So the power of a growth mindset is that it allows people to view themselves as capable of doing it most well in anything, if not all settings. A growth mindset says, I see this obstacle, I see this issue, but guess what? What can I do? What can I learn from it? How can I tease this out? It takes a look at a puzzle and says there's a million pieces in this puzzle. I'm not going to be able to finish it. It doesn't say that. It just says, how can we divide and conquer and get this puzzle together in record time? Recently, there was a relay team, and one of their relayers got hurt. And so they needed someone to step in, and they didn't have anybody to step in. So they got one of the girls who was a shot putter, and she came in and ran a leg of the relay. And that's a growth mindset. A fixed mindset would have said, well, it's over for us. We're not going to be able to, be in part of this. We're going to, bow out of this particular competition because we cannot compete because we don't have our people. So you see, as an entrepreneur, when you start coming up against challenges, and you will, how it's important to have a growth mindset. A growth mindset will take you places and get you to spaces that a fixed mindset never will. A fixed mindset is rigid. It does not give. So I'll get to some statistics in a minute about businesses, and you'll see even more so how it is important to have a growth mindset in business. So how can you improve your mindset? A growth mindset allows you to believe that your basic abilities can develop through hard work and dedication. And so for this, our brains and talents are merely the starting points, and allows the growth mindset allows us to build on those. And so people who exhibit an eagerness for learning and resilience, which is a must for this accomplishment, they are more wired to be able to see themselves in a growth mindset vision. People with a growth mindset view qualities as traits which can be developed through their commitment and effort. And having a growth mindset, you're willing to try out new things because you know your success depends on your effort and your innate ability to be able to navigate the challenge. So you're not focused on avoiding failure. You actually embrace it because you believe that if you do poorly, you can improve and succeed in time. Having a growth mindset also gives you a sense of fulfillment. And who doesn't want that? It makes you feel good when you're like, I did that. I did that. Think about this. What if Michael Jordan had a fixed mindset? When they cut him from the team and he said, okay, I need to go play golf or badminton or do something else. But no, his growth mindset says, I'm going to overcome this and I'm going to show them that I am one of the greatest basketball players that's ever lived. And he did that. When you hear the words Michael Jordan, I'm sure the teachers and the people that cut him, people that doubted him are thinking like, wow, we never saw this coming. But he had a growth mindset that overcame that. So with the growth mindset, you continually pursue betterment because of a sense of achievement and fulfillment. A sense of achievement is also that precursor to a higher standard of excellence. So in the process, you learn that success is a continuous work in progress rather than a distant gratification. One other thing that is very key in an entrepreneurial mindset is resilience. And a growth mindset allows you to develop resilience. When you face a challenge or a setback, your mindset takes on a more positive approach for handling those. Remember the ladies who had the actual lost one of people in their relay? They had to say, what can we do? What we have to exhaust all means to stay in this race. And that's what they did. And that's very key to be successful as an entrepreneur. So you have to be motivated to do more and more and be more process oriented more than just purely result oriented. And so those people thrive in the process of doing things when it comes to a growth mindset. So perseverance, a growth mindset encourages perseverance. And so it actually demands perseverance, really. So the focus of a growth mindset is not to concentrate on what happens to you, but on what happens for you. Perseverance all means kicking fear and failure out the door. And when I think about that, the past about almost 2 years now, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. And when I first heard those words, it first kind of shook me for a minute, but then I had to kind of steady myself, refocus, and say, look, I'm coming out of this alive. I know what happened to some family members. I know what happened to friends, but it's not going to happen to me. I am coming out of here. I will live and not die. I'm coming out of this because my mindset was focused on living. And when I talked to my surgeons and talked to my physicians, one thing that my surgeon said to me, she said, you're already halfway there because of your mindset. We can give you every drug in the world, but if your mindset is not positive, you won't get through this journey. But since yours is, you're basically already halfway healed. You're just going through the process. So when you think about that in the terms of as a business owner, think about COVID. You may have had, you saw a lot of corporations shutter their doors. You may have even had a contingency plan. A lot of corporations and a lot of businesses and small businesses and large businesses and organizations did have a disaster plan. But we haven't been through a pandemic before. Nobody saw this coming. Usually disaster plan is for a few months, not for years. And so what it took was leadership having a growth mindset of how to navigate that. I know in the town that I live in, some restaurants have closed, but others said, you know what? We're not going to close. We're going to just shorten our hours and maybe shorten some of our days in the week that we're open. And they're still viable. And they're actually now picking back up to a better pre-COVID type pace. So having a growth mindset in business actually can save your business, and being resilient when things come will definitely save your business. Failure to find a solution usually opens an opportunity for you to work on your own skills and learn something new. So when people hit a wall, they'll actually make an excuse or simply give up. But someone with a growth mindset who has the resilience factor says failure is inevitable and I'm still going to achieve success. And they prepare themselves for that failure mentality. If this happens, then I'll do this. If this happens, then that does this. And that helps promote critical thinking. And when you talk about learning, making mistakes is a must because it forces you to identify where you made the mistake. Now, I love puzzles. I love puzzles. I love puzzles on the phone. I love like physical puzzles. And my sweeties always looking at me like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm working on this puzzle. Just give me a minute. Don't interrupt me. And so when I work with women, I help them to see that what you're looking at is really a puzzle. How do these pieces fit together to come in and make the perfect picture that you're trying to do? What happens with that? And so when you have a growth mindset, you look at each of those pieces to see how they come together to make a better, to come together to make the full picture of where you are. So mindset's important. And it's important because it can open doors for you. It can help you overcome serious limitations based on your beliefs. And it helps you to be able to position yourself more successfully. As an entrepreneur, you have to be able to divest what I call the employee mindset. As I said before, when we worked with COVID, AC before COVID, or BC before COVID, I call it DC during COVID, and AC after COVID, mindsets have changed. And a lot of things have been loose. There's been a lot of failure. There's been a lot of things. There was a thing called the Great Resignation where millions of people left corporate America, whether they were forced out because the company shuttered, or whether they decided, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. I don't know what have I been doing all this time? Is this something I really want to do? And needless to say, a lot of them, it was an article I was reading, a lot of them actually, after about 6 months or so, decided maybe I do want that paycheck that comes in the 15th and the 30th every month, or twice a month, or once a month. I need to have that steady pay, because entrepreneurship is not for the faint of heart. It's not, because you're everything. You're all of it, unless you have some employees. And even then, you're still doing a whole lot more than you did in corporate America or wherever job you came from then. Back in 2016, due to a downsizing of the company I was at, I and a few thousand of my colleagues were gifted back to the other side of the welcome mat. And I had several women to come to me. This is when my business was start being birthed. Several women came to me and they said, I know you got a plan. I need you to help me with mine. Needless to say, they didn't know that I didn't have a plan at that time. I was in the same kind of boat as they were. What was I going to do? And some of them wanted to stay in the farmer space, and some of them wanted to venture out and finally take the opportunity to start their own business. So when I work with women in my business, I work with women who are, one, ready and have the mindset to do the work, but I help them to see that they're preparing to leave or transition from a job or from an employee state to an entrepreneurial state, or they're preparing themselves, like me. They may be a dualpreneur. They may still have a 9-to-5 career, and I do, which I love. And I also have a business that I'm building and continue to build and run. They may be in that predicament, but no matter where they are, they have to be able to switch mindsets. And so I help them to first walk through stepping back and identifying their strengths, identifying their genius, which we know is common, and identifying their brilliance, and look at the whole things that they've been doing throughout their career. Because the thing is that happens a lot with women is that we downplay our own genius and what we've already done. And we forget that we have done all these things, and how can those things actually buttress and support and equip you for entrepreneurship. So this equips them to transition more soundly from employee to entrepreneur space. And one of the key things in being successful as an entrepreneur and having a good entrepreneurial mindset is to be able to do that. So real quickly, I want to go over a couple of things about Forbes and others say about the entrepreneurial mindset in employee versus entrepreneur. So entrepreneurial mindset is a mindset of set of beliefs, thought processes, and way of viewing the world that drives entrepreneurial behavior. Typically, entrepreneurs firmly believe it's possible to improve their life situation and live life on their own terms. They also believe in their ability to learn, grow, adapt, and succeed. And so the mindset of successful entrepreneurs is very different from the mindset of traditional workers in many ways. But a key one of those ways is mastermind versus pay per performance. And so with entrepreneurship, innovation is a key element of the entrepreneur mind. Peter Drucker summed this up in a quote that he had, and he said, "This defines the entrepreneur and entrepreneurship. The entrepreneur always searches for change, responds to it, and exploits it as an opportunity." So a lot of businesses were birthed, especially in women and Black women during the pandemic, because they saw the opportunity. They were able to get the assistance and the help. And then they, sometimes for those of us those persons who lost their job or may not have had the same job they had before and had to kind of shift, they saw their own genius. They saw where they could, there's a problem here and I have the answer to it. Because entrepreneurship is about answering and solving a problem. It's not about, oh, she's selling shoes, I can sell shoes too. Well, what problem are you solving? Because if you're not solving a problem, then your business won't last, because there'll be no need and desire and demand for it. Entrepreneurs' goals, desires, and driving force centers on implementing a new idea and launching a new business. Where there's a need, they find it, and you have to have that mindset to be able to fill it. Not like somebody should do this, somebody should do that over there. Why not you? Why is that somebody not you? So while they expect success to drive great financial benefits, that's not the focus of them. That financial rewards are just part of that. The benefit or bonus is resulting from that bigger expected achievement of establishing a new enterprise and growing a business. Their focus is on being the mastermind of their business venture, and they really are everything that they need. They are everything. They're everybody. I'm a solopreneur right now. I have what I call what is called W-2 employees, meaning I can get some off Fiverr or Upwork or wherever to come in and do a task. But as far as my business, I'm it. And when you're an employee, you have all these other aspects. You have someone over here to, if the printer breaks down, you can call and say the printer's broken. But when you're an entrepreneur, you have to fix that yourself. You have to call and do all those things yourself. So making that switch is very key in preparing the foundation. Remember that house? The guy said they have to prepare the ground to receive the right foundation to be able to handle the houses that were going to go in that foundation. And the houses behind me are like 5,000 square feet plus. So they have to have a very sure foundation. And that's important for your business. And that foundation is an entrepreneurial mindset, a successful entrepreneurial mindset, which is a growth mindset, which is resilient. And also that mindset has flexibility. Again, going back to that fix versus growth, the entrepreneurial mindset is conditioned to accept accountability in all situations. So you got to be flexible. A friend of mine, or someone I met in one of a Facebook group and a business group I'm in, talked about when they needed special types of containers for their shea butter and for other things they were doing. So during COVID, they couldn't get it. And so they reached out to someone in the group, and the person was like, I can get that for you. I know someone who has this in their supplies. They're not using them right now. So what they had to do is they had to flex the size of their containers, or they had to flex and change the ounces of the containers because it wasn't the same kind of jar. But they were being flexible, but they still brought in revenue. They still answered the problem of people with ashy skin who liked their actual product. So you have to be flexible because things are going to come at you fast. So regardless of the root cause of the problem, entrepreneurs with a solid mindset drive the solution because in the end, it's their enterprise and they must get it up and going and keep it running to avoid at all costs. Also, another distinction is that there's not necessarily a ladder, so to speak. In corporate America, there's a ladder, but as a visionary, entrepreneurs create and own the ladder of success of their own organization. They determine how many rungs, how wide the rung is, and what it takes to get from one rung to the next as they climb to the top in their business. And they're typically confident enough with their vision and abilities that they are not intimidated by the skill sets of those persons they employ. So any fear or competitive concern is strictly tied to external business and company competition. And collaboration is so much better than competition. And a person with an entrepreneurial mindset understands that. They understand no man's an island. You may have a business here, but guess what? Linking with somebody else, maybe at like a fair or like at some type of event, will build numbers because they may bring their people and you bring your people, and you actually are using other people's people as far as helping grow your product. So be remaining flexible and remaining humble and not looking at people with a side eye. Being open to learn new things. Again, that growth mindset. Those with the entrepreneur mindset are usually preconditioned to turn missteps into stepping stones. So what may be termed a failure to others and input, maybe a failure to others becomes input and data to redefine or streamline entrepreneurial plans. Thomas Edison had this quote. He said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." As an entrepreneur, that's a mantra that we should say every day. I haven't failed. I've just found 10,000 ways something's not going to work. And that flexibility keeps you moving in your craft. So the entrepreneurial mindset knows they have to shift from employee mindset to be successful in their space. So I talked about resilience a little bit, but I want to give you some statistics before I come to a close. Top small business failure statistics are such. Only 22% of new small businesses and startups survive their first year in business. 30% of U.S. businesses fail in the second year. Half, or 50% of all small businesses in America fail in their first 5 years. I know this sounds a little heavy, especially for a Friday night, so sorry about that. But around 70% of small business owners fail in their 10th year, and 25% of small business owners will last for 15 years or more. So every year, 600,000 new small businesses start in the U.S. And approximately 90% of those startups will fail at some point. So roughly only 60% of new businesses overcome the second year hurdle. 42% of small businesses fail because people did not want what they were selling. Remember I said, oh, they're selling shoes, I can sell shoes. Make sure that in your business, you identify what problem you're solving. And once that problem is technically solved, you may need to step back, look at your landscape of your business. Entrepreneurial mindset takes assessments and is aware, and maybe pivot to keep your business going and add something else differently to it. Think about that. Nearly 30% of small businesses fail because they ran out of cash. An entrepreneurial mindset knows that you're basically probably bootstrapping more than likely, unless you're doing some crowdfunding for your business. So those statistics are kind of startling, but they're real. They're real. They're real. Entrepreneurship is not for the faint of heart, but it's important to fail, because for those go-getters, failure provides the opportunity to understand the gaps, or what I like to call growth accountability points, between what they wanted and the results they got. Why didn't this work? What do I need to tweak? If you've ever baked anything, I cook Thanksgiving dinner, and sometimes I'm like, this don't taste the same. What's going on here? My taste buds changed after chemo and things like that, so I have to be even more sensitive to how I was cooking. What's failing? Why did this cake fail? What did I do? What was the temperature of the room? I had to go back and assess the things that are around me. And as a confident and as a successful entrepreneur with the right entrepreneurial mindset, you're going to have to do that in your business. Not just in a year, set your goals in January and look at them again December 31st, but do them quarterly, if not monthly, depending on what the demands of your business are. Look at your RPIs. What did you meet your business goals, your revenue goals for January? If not, how do you need to recalibrate to make that up in February and March for that whole quarter to be on point? If you haven't met them to date, we're almost halfway through this year. If you haven't met them to date, then look back at that, take an assessment and look at that and say, what do I need to do to be able to get this in the right space? So I help women do that as far as growing their business and growing themselves. So my mantra is mainly, I don't necessarily help you grow your business. I help grow you so you can grow your business. Because a lot of times we go out and we just people get a wild hair and say, I want to start a business in this, but they haven't researched. They don't know the market demand. They haven't done the landscape of the psychographics of the area they're in. They haven't done the research. And that's why a lot of businesses fail, because it's a lack of growth mindset. So setbacks help us to be able to learn and to move forward. And a growth mindset sees failure as a stepping stone from which you can learn and be valuable. The other thing is experience and knowledge. And so again, it's understanding and making sure that you are learning your craft. Things change so quickly. If you have an iPhone, how many times have you get an email or alert that says there's an upgrade or an update? I get one, it seems like every couple of weeks, because technology is always changing. Everything's always changing. So stay on the cutting edge of learning about your business, about your craft, because things shift. If I said the words Sears, Circuit City, Blockbuster, there's countless others. Do you know who they are? Who they were? Because they're no longer around. And why is that? Because whomever was in that company did not have that growth mindset. They were fixed and rigid. That will always be like this. Everybody will always want a Sears catalog to look at, or what they call the wish book. And that's not so. So you have to be able to be flexible, have that growth mindset, have some resilience, and use failure as a leverage and not as an identification. Because you're not identified by what you go through, you're identified by what you grow through. So don't let failure define you. So when you come across a setback, it's tempting to let it shape you, but don't let it do that, because what it does is it'll stagnate you and it'll push you back into that mindset, a stagnant mindset. Flexibility is key, is very key. Because again, if anything COVID taught us is how to be flexible in our lives. How many things, not just even from a business standpoint, but how many ways that our lives changed. We had to flex some things. Parents became teachers. They had their kids at home. Some people were working from home. That's flexibility. Companies allowed you to work from home. You had to kind of stagger people that had to be on campus or on site for businesses. They had to stagger that work staff to be able to keep everybody safe. If they didn't have that flexibility, then that company probably wouldn't be around. So the number one superpower of an entrepreneurial mindset is embracing change. If there's one thing that's constant, it is change. This is especially true in the marketplace. So if you run a business, you'll always be dealing with shifts in the market, new trends, emerging competitors, and other changes that may seem like threats. but you have to be willing to change and be able to be flexible and be learning oriented. You have to be able to do that. Jim Rohn said this. He said, formal education will make you a living, but self-education will make you a fortune. Lastly, an entrepreneurial mindset includes being able to forward think. Forward think. If you want to learn how to think like an entrepreneur, you need to be able to think long term, not just for the second, but long term. The most famous billionaire investor, Warren Buffett, said someone is sitting in the shade today because someone planted a tree a long time ago. What is your business planting, and what shade will it provide in the future for somebody else? Successful entrepreneurs know that big goals take a long time to achieve. And again, as I said before, you may have a fixed mindset somewhere else and a growth mindset in another space. And what I do is I help women to identify those areas and be able to overcome those limited mindsets with the things they already have, with the tools and the strengths they already have, and equip them for success to go forward. So you start and work, reverse engineer every step of the way. So if you want to do this, you need to do that. But to do that, I need to do this, and so on. And look at the landscape of your life, not just one microcosm. So as a recap, some key elements of success for your foundation, for that foundation of your mindset to be sure and to have a good, successful business, is to include a growth mindset, awareness and flexibility and resilience, and always be learning. Successful entrepreneurs know that the key awareness is the awareness is key, and awareness is the precursor for your change in confidence. So having that mindset, an entrepreneurial mindset, will allow you to think and act and perceive the world differently from the average worker and set the foundation for your success. By understanding these key skills and traits, you can watch your behavior and learn how to think like an entrepreneur, knowing that successful entrepreneurs are always learning, always learning, always learning, and always recalibrating. So it's important to be able to have that successful business, whether you're transitioning into it or where you're not. I help women and organizations to ice their success by helping them identify those limited mindsets, to create plans and tools to help them to navigate those, and to help them to also and to equip them to be able to execute on those tools. I'm B. Jacqueline Jeter, and I thank you for this time today. And remember, to be successful in your entrepreneurship, you have to have the right mindset. And that's a good growth mindset that's flexible, and that is aware, and that is resilient.
All right. I'd like to give a big thanks. That was very motivational information to Miss B. Jacqueline Jeter. Thank you.
Thank you.
And what would you say is the best way to contact you, your social media, contact information?
The best way to contact me is I'm on Facebook at B. Jacqueline Jeter. I'm also, my email address is bjacquelinejeter@Grow, Lead, and Prosper. And my website, which will be up in the next week, fingers crossed, is under construction, is bjacquelinejeter.com.
Definitely. Thank you for all that powerful information. That was definitely informational and something that's motivating too. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. it is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.